could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Guess who?
Did God give you a get-out-jail-free card? People don't like to send their kids to high school with rapists who burn crosses. Now, do you think you're exempt from certain laws because you like yourself? You're going to jail. Let go of me. Let go of me. Oh, man. Would you take him to interrogation? And take him. And the genius, the concealed handgun. That'll get you an extra 3 to 5, Jimbo. Anyway, that's a scene from our next 21 Arm Street, the Richard Grieco debut, season 3, episode 1. I'm not sure who's going to be on. I know David's going to be on. I believe Sarah might want to be part of this. We might have Kathy Scott. We might have. I'm not sure who is going to be in. Bon Jovial, it's a bad time for you, right? When we typically do that, like in the early afternoon, but it's going to be the same time when we do Chauncey next, because we have to capitulate to his Irish exit, and it will be noon Eastern time, right? Noon Eastern time. Yes. And for you, you're the one that's really doing the yeoman's effort. If you're not
Can I ask you guys something? Are you guys, wise guys?
Donnie Brasco. In fact, That's not just Donnie Brasco. That's a deleted scene in the director's cut when they're all sitting around. That is not in the original theatrical version.
That's the power of the arm there.
Right? Right?
Exactly.
And then they added 25 minutes to it.
Yes. And a lot of it sucked.
I saw the Incredible Hulk, the Ed Norton 2008 Hulk movie that there is online, and I've seen a couple of these scenes, but apparently there's a solid 45 minutes they added to it of deleted scenes.
That's mental.
That's a lot of deleted scenes, and apparently they're very good.
Wow. Yeah,
right?
I didn't like some of the Donnie stuff that they added. I thought I totally understand why they took that out, but I love seeing it. Love being able to see it. Like I recently watched David Lynch's movie Blue Velvet, and that's had a new 4K thing, and there was about 40 minutes of deleted scenes on that. That they didn't insert it back into the movie for you, but you could look at them, and that was fascinating. And I was like, oh man, some of this stuff should have been in there too. How much it shows how some directors give so much. They want the movie to be so good they're willing to fight to be able to have 40 minutes of stuff filmed that they, in the end, don't put in.
Interestingly enough, one of the complaints we had as Stern fans and his weird hucksterism, or that he wouldn't. It's such a cash grab, and that Reister film stuff. It is one of the only films of that era, when that started, late 90s, that has no deleted scenes or director's cut or any extras or any, and that's all cash grab. That motherfucker couldn't figure out how to monetize it more. That's a money thing. That he can't cash grab it enough. It's just so, out of the most greedy miser in all of show business, just so happens to have the only DVD with no extras on it.
Mm-hmm. And that'd
Think
be a
of-
great movie to show bloopers. Like I would love
Yeah.
if to see Howard messing up. That would be not to make fun of him, just as a guy. Like there were probably scenes where he made mistakes, and they said cut, and he's like, "Oh God,"
I have a theory.
seeing him saying something like, "This is actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be." Like that would be great, but he would never let you see that.
I have another theory in addition to
Okay.
that.
An
By the way, thank you,
arm
Sunflower Dragon.
theory.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon, who gave me some advice about cramps. She says, drinks as much Pepsi Max as you possibly can and have not one, but 2 Costco
No.
hot dogs, and that should give you enough
No.
electrolytes to get through it all.
No.
Thank you, Sunflower.
She couldn't have said that. She would have been saying drink more water. I would imagine.
I thought she was
She's
a paid
gonna-
shill for H2O. Like hydrogen and oxygen both paid her as like Drew Barrymore with Velveeta on Letterman.
Can you imagine her right now? She's typing. Right now, she's typing. I did not say that, John. I would never give you that kind of information. Even though she's typing.
I can't wait to hear her. I can't wait to hear her on the Erica Durant's her fellow Canadian Canuck Cool Factor broad, and obviously the Richard Christie streaking episode, because that's good. She really is water is life, says Sunflower Dragon. I knew it.
Great broad.
She truly is. And I think that that's good. God damn it. Her legal mind and kind of the whole thing with human resources. By the way, any grammar Nazis out there, what's with the word I've noticed this in the last 5 years. It's resources. Am I right? People seem to put a Z in it now. I don't know if it's some pretentious
No, they
lilt.
don't.
Resource. I swear to you, Bon. Every time I hear this, I don't know if it's lawyers or they say resources. Anybody in the chat notice this now? This pretentious pronunciation of resources, human resources.
That's almost
not
like vocal fry.
Yeah,
That's like
it is.
they're
It
frying
annoys me
it.
so much. Resources.
Why would they
with
fry
like
that
3
word?
Z's. Oh man, it's been the last 5 years. There's been some pronunciation renaissance on that word, and they say.
But you just did another one. You said pronunciation.
Yeah,
it's pronunciation.
No, it's not. You goddamn penal colony.
Penal colony. Yeah, I know. I just got off the. I know. Resources. Sauce. Would you like some sauce with that?
Thank you, Frank Tank. Reese's, right. Like Gary Delabate, Reese's.
Forget about it.
That's Depp saying forget about it to Paul Giamatti in the surveillance room.
Chutzpah.
Like, Paulie, you got a 1-inch pecker, and Paul says, forget about it. Forget about it.
That's a moment in a movie. You know, moments in movies where you fall in love with the movie. You just go, God, I love this movie. That's the moment in Donnie Brasco where they're in the hotel room. And then interestingly, in the whole story, those are the only 2 guys who actually tell him he's doing a really good job.
Yeah,
he doesn't get anything from any his seniors. They don't say you're really doing a great job. They're actually shithouse to him. And at the end of all of that, he just gets a check for $200.
That other actor with Giamatti in the surveillance room in the hotel, he was in Ed Wood, and he's in the famous scene where he goes up to Martin Landau and he says, "Mr. Lugosi, you were great as Frank," and so he confuses him and Boris Karloff, and that triggers the thing Howard beats to death. Karloff, that thing that the famous Bela Lugosi ran. Yeah, that's the same guy in the movie. So it's the same actor. I forget his name. He's got like a big, huge gap between his teeth. He's got a Vanessa Paradis, Michael Strahan gap between his tooth, and he is in that. And he's also in an episode of 21 Jump Street, I might add. And a Depless episode where he plays a Nazi in season 3, I believe. It's a Greco-centric episode. Donnie Brasco is the best mob movie. John shits his pants. I think it's the best mafia. Tim Blake Nelson, thank you, Autobot. Great poll. TBN, thank you, Autobot. Great poll. That's it. I looked his name up and I can never get it to memory. Tim Blockade Nelson. Thank you, Autobot. That's a fantastic poll. Yeah, that guy's a character actor. You all know who he is. Welcome, everyone, to Lotus Notes 8. There's Sarah hit the like and subscribe button, everyone. And if you feel the impetus to contribute, let me just set up this the video folder I have. We're gonna do something with Crazy Alice, and we're gonna do a little something with James Earl Jones, James Earl Jonas. Come on, come on, come on. That's a great pull by you, Autobot, once again. Tim Blake Nelson. And if you look him up, you all know who he is. It's that character actor. You go, oh, that guy. That guy. There's Melvin. Welcome. Melvin is obsessed with that chicken cutlet hoagie, and I still have not made it. I keep forget Melvin. I keep forget. I'm going to make it this week for you, and I'm going to take a picture of it. If I could send it to you, I would. There's Kylo Sierra Alpha. We have Barbara DeRush. Welcome, Babs. Frank the Tank, everyone. I saw Kathy Scott. There's Sue Monster. A. Smith. Welcome, sir. Thank you for all that you do. David will not be on this time. He'll hopefully be on next time. But I have a little David thing I found on his Instagram. What a massive talent that man is. He actually brought me to choked up near tears again. I'm a sucker for this. I am a big fucking pussy when it comes to film. I'm a very deep guy. I'm very sensitive. I sound like Trump. I'm a very deep guy. I'm a very sensitive guy. And I am a sucker for the piano, the maudlin, the melancholy piano riff. And that's what David does. And I'll show it to you in a minute. What am I looking at? They was talking about food. You ever notice that, Bon, in the beginning of this? It's always food. It's always. Is that the Hulk?
I'm not sure.
Who is that? Where'd you get that?
It's just. I think it's just a bit of stock piano. But I mean,
Yeah.
I'm tweaking your emotions right now by playing that.
I'll tell you right now. I will be honest with you. I cried during What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and there's a piano solos just like that when they burn the house down with the mom inside. Oh God.
Yeah. Oh
that's
God,
brutal.
yeah. It's.
And they're all kind of staring at the house, going flames. It was horrible.
I cry in movies at the drop of a hat. I cried at the end of Bridges of Madison County. Like.
I was making out during that.
Like, I wish
Schindler's
I was.
List. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't.
Well, I never watched Schindler's List until a few years ago because I was scared that it was going to be so depressing that I would like for a day or so I'd just be like, oh God, so depressed. And then when I finally watched it, I was like, oh, that. He didn't really make it a depressing movie that makes you cry. He just made an awesome movie. So I was so relieved because really bad depressing movies put me in a funk for a few days. Like I go down.
The great Black Morticia Adams asked me a great question. Has Depp ever cried in a movie? He doesn't show a lot of emotion. There's not a lot of emoting a lot of times, and on Jump Street, he does. That's what I love about that show. He really is the closest to a regular guy doing regular things on that show more than any other time. And in season 3, again, we keep going. This is a it's not a Greco episode, but it's more of a Hansen episode. They go into the juvenile prison, and he gets put. He wins the hammer. It's like the man in the I would think a 23-year-old to be the man in a juvenile prison, and you forget that he's supposed to be going against teenage. And so the crooked warden gives him a pass to the female jail, and it's a tunnel that goes underground, and he's running prostitutes from the teenage female jail. And he meets this girl in the middle of the tunnel. He sits down, and she just wants to get into it. She just wants to get out of there, and he obviously can't. So he just sits there to get out of the prison and talks to her, and he's like visualizing her life. And the kids in the prison are kids that they probably locked up at some time or another, and he kind of visualizes them having no future. And he's like, this is the closure. This is what happens. This is what we do. This is where these kids go. And he starts to go, what the hell, what good are we doing? And he just starts crying, It's actually a really good scene, and it's a very believable cry. Like you'd think all that shit would like come crashing down on you. I completely bought it, and that's the biggest Depp crying scene I think in the history of his career, and a lot of people don't know that.
Wow.
It's called Swallowed Alive in season 3. It's like the 5th episode, I think, in season 3. Barbara DeRush says, I was listening to Howard and Robin do the news during the OJ trial, and I could not stop laughing. Yeah, that OJ stuff with him. He's still, it's funny. And I said this, Sarah's got 5 gifts for everyone of memberships. You to jump on that now. They go really fast. What was I talking about? Howard and yeah, the OJ stuff. Like, I think 2 people died during that, right? There is a school shooting that trumps that every day in this country. And all we do is talk about OJ. There is a school shooting that beats the shit out of that thing every day. Far more tragic, far worse. Sometimes quadruples it. And those things we forget about it 3 days later, and we're still talking about OJ. Isn't that crazy? How
Oh yeah.
misguided that all is.
Yeah. I get concerned about your shootings far more than I ever think about OJ. When I see
bet.
them come up on the news, I go, God, there's another one this
I
year.
bet.
I'll just go. And it's crazy, obviously.
Does it sicken your people, Bon? I mean, like collectively, your friends and all. Do you guys sit there and just go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Oh yeah, yeah. Like if we had 2 or 3 in 1 year, that
Wow.
would be out of this world. Like there's never been one here. I mean, we don't. It's a completely different culture, so it's not worth. Like you can't get guns here. Like, and I don't even know anyone who has a gun. Let me put it that way.
I don't
like,
either.
At all.
All my friends. I don't know anybody who had a gun. I really don't.
It seems like at these schools, all the kids' dads have guns. It must be their parents have guns. They must. Like,
I recently joined the Sandy Hook Promise organization. The elementary school shooting that happened in Connecticut. Those kids just graduated high school.
oh yeah, I saw that info. There was a thing on it just a few months ago. Yeah,
It's crazy. It's
saw
so
that.
sad. The kids just graduated high school, and I joined it, and I wrote the first thing as I wrote, I hate guns more than I hate men, and that was the first thing intro, and then I made a comment. I said, I hope Alex Jones dies broke and alone, and that was my first contribution to they have like a chat thing where they take in comments from everybody who contributes.
That's a respectable.
Homo sapiens and your guns.
Right, Magneto? Right? He's right.
The randomness. That's what I love,
I can't believe I don't want to stay on this. We're here to give people a diversion from all that, aren't we? Yes, Arm, a deleted scene where you see Captain America frozen in the ice. It's very subtle, Autobot. They should get more of a zoom on that. It's like almost like they don't want you to see it. You're absolutely right. Autobot knows a lot about the comic book culture, and we love that he does. Yes.
I am an FBI agent.
I know, man. Isn't it wild?
Did you know that's in Grand Theft Auto? That clip? Yeah. Either it's someone doing an impression of Keanu Reeves or the actual. I think it's someone doing an impression of him. But my nephews who play here I am talking about guns, and they did. Those kids have not. And I used to have fun watching them, and they would like have little splices of music and sounds, and that was in Grand Theft Auto. That very clip, Keanu Reeves saying that.
Cool.
What was I going to say? Somebody asked a question about. Oh yeah, Ed Norton. Everyone knows that story. There's a the great late Patrice O'Neill, the black, as Howard calls him, the fat black guy who went to Brazil. It's like calling you the Aussie who plays guitar or something. Like that's all you are.
Oh yeah. Yep.
He said he was in a movie with briefly played a bouncer in Spike Lee's The 25th Hour, and it's a very Spike Lee tropey movie. he repeats a lot of the cliches he does from Do the Right Thing and stuff. It's not as good as he thinks it is. Barry Pepper is in that, who played Mickey Roger Maris or Roger Maris, I think, in 61. And so Ed Norton's the star of that movie. And Patrice O'Neill said he's the worst human being he's ever met on a movie set or otherwise, or
Oh,
TV set.
really?
He's the biggest asshole he's ever met. He's on Opie and Anthony telling the story, and he said Barry Pepper was the complete opposite. And Depp is usually the complete opposite from what I hear from people. In fact, there was an article about that Depp is the opposite of Ed Norton on a movie set. And as people really like Ed Norton. By the way, Ed Norton was anti-Depp during the Amber Heard stuff. He was listed as one of the Pimmon, there was a list of like 10, and he was one of the bigger names that was anti-Depp. But he is a notorious asshole, and that's why he didn't last. He can't deal with an ensemble cast in the Avengers. So he did the Hulk movie, and that was it. And then he was replaced. And he's fine. A lot of people can play Bruce Banner. You're doing a lot of brooding, and you turn into the Hulk. It's not rocket science. It's certainly not like Bruce Wayne's easy too. People get way too, oh God, you did a great job as Bruce Wayne. Yeah, who can't walk around mumbling and brooding?
Oh, exactly. Oh.
It's not a difficult role at all. Let me see here. All right, you want to go into? Thank you, Shits His Pants. I think it's the best mob movie Brasco would talk about ever.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right,
Oh,
Kylo.
man.
Britain sent their criminals to Australia and their religious fanatics to America. Yeah, which country has a higher crime rate? You're right. And Canada laughs at us as G Canada is probably listening right now. I can't wait to weigh in on this. This is his ballywick. He and I texted about my hat collection. He was giving me therapy on my lost hat collection during COVID. I cultivated and a hat collection for 20 years, and I lost it during COVID. And I'm now trying to recoup.
How did you lose it? What I can't even. Let me begin. All right, where do I start? Yeah, but the hat collection isn't something that you take in transport while you're going to the movies or something, and then oops, I left all my 15 hats in the aisle at the movies. How did you lose them?
Let's call it a flood of cunts. Yeah, I'm not gonna even it's so expansive. I don't want to get into it right now, but
I'm kind of curious.
Okay, David, for you, I know you're really here. For you, I'll do it. So now I've been the last month I've been chipping away at, and in a way I'm improving on it because there's been a lot of advancements over the spring training hats, Major League Baseball hats with World Series patches on the side, like a White Sox hat from 2005, an Angels hat from 2002, NFL sideline hats. I bought 12 Washington Redskins hats because I'm so mad at the name change, and I'm going to wear it proudly everywhere I go and say, oh, you can't wear it. I'm like, no, why are the Braves and Chiefs allowed to keep their name, but the Redskins can't? Right? I have I have a Baltimore Orioles hat from the 80s, Jim Palmer, Cal Ripken variety, or Randy Milligan, as I like to say. Like I said, White Sox. I have 10 Angels hats. I have Ray hats. I have 3 Marlins hats. I have 5 Diamondback hats. I have 2 Expos hats. 3 Blue Jays hats. I don't like New York teams, but I have a Mets hat with an orange rim. It's called two-tone, and the World Series patch from the Yankee Mets World Series. I got it for $12. Fitted, of course, official fitted, 7 1/8 on my fucking peanut head. And it's
These are rare, aren't they? Some of these, they're probably worth a couple of $100.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I kind of, I hate you. White people love saying flipped when they resell something. White people love saying that.
That's
shit.
What the kids are saying. That's
the kids
another
are saying
one.
that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That, right? Like sketch and Karen.
Sketch. I've
right?
never heard
Sketch,
sketch.
right?
Wait, what does sketch mean?
Schedule. Instead of saying schedule, you say.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Brian Dushenchuk's brother had a gun. Bond. So there's that. That's my friend Brendan from with the Sable reference everyone knows. Thank you, Sunflower. Alberta, Canada, where Frank the Tank was born. You were handed a gun at 6. What? And the gun culture. Yeah, but Frank, Canada's different, man. You guys are like your whole mentality is like help your brother out, and it's more of a team effort there. It's not like a dog eat dog, winner takes all mentality. I trust your country with guns more than mine. We are just sociopaths here, and we're so selfish, and it's a Schadenfreude. I'm not trying to get like, we're all guilty of it. It's a Schadenfreude country, and we love when people kill each other. As long as we're not the ones, right? We love it. We love it here. Let's see here. Speaking of Alberta, I miss Bret the Hitman Hart. He's a good descender on McMahon. He's a Canadian, and he is a very honest guy about the wrestling biz. He's very, very interesting. Frank, am I crazy? Or Bret Hart has the most intimidating eyes on the face of the earth. Like he looks like he could just tear your head off. That stare he gives, I think in all of wrestling, he might be the most intimidating looking guy when he gives you that stare across the ring. I remember his debut too. I put the N word Norton, says Jeremy. I'm about to say spook. Spook. Oh my God. Mental illness is part of it, but mental illness could also be construed, Jason, LS2, as just being an asshole. Like sociopaths, is mental illness different? But Depp has a history of being late to shoots too. Yeah. I would rather have a late Depp than an early Ed Norton. What do you think about that, John shits his pants? You're absolutely right, though. Like they don't call it DEPP time for nothing. And that's come out.
Brilliant.
I remember one time they go, he was talking to Charlie Rose, and he goes, Johnny, what about the other people on the set? He goes, oh, no, I don't do that. People, if you're late, I don't do that to people. As the truth came out, he does it every fucking set. He's walking. He is so insulated from reality. I believe, and I said this during the trial and 100 times, he literally lives a life where he doesn't need to know what time it is or carry a watch.
Yeah.
And even the way his whole goal is to not know what time it is.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Even Epstein Island, and
he's got a person like his assistant just sending him texts, calling him all the time. You've got to get up. You've got to be at you've got to be at the front of your house in 45 minutes for the car. That's probably it. And then he gets in the car and goes, "Where am I going?" And they tell him.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has 4, and he's constantly globe trotting now on like I said this last time. If you famously lost $650 million, would you be hopping on a private jet from Cincinnati to Kentucky? Like usually it's the first thing that would go, but Prince MBS has galvanized him. I've never seen. I said that like, Air Force One isn't used as much as his private jet, and I think he changes time zones so much, and that's an excuse to not know what time it is, right?
That's
Tony
right.
Saragusa, Brendan. I didn't think Brendan's an odd sports fan. I can never figure him out. But Tony Saragusa, friend of Artie Lang, deceased Tony Saragusa, Baltimore Raven, ex-Baltimore Raven, was the weakest element. And when you hire athletes to act, I mean, right? I wouldn't say it's great. I'm a sucker for Rosario Dawson. Holy shit, do I love her. God damn it.
Beautiful woman.
Yes. You know that guy, Dax Shepard. You remember Punk'd?
Yeah.
The first season of Punk'd, it was either the first or second. I think it might have been the first season. They did one on Rosario Dawson, and he played her driver. And she's in the back, and he goes, "Hey," he goes, "honey, you look really exotic. What's your ethnicity?" And she rattles off like 10 different ethnicities, Dominican, blah blah blah, Puerto Rican. He goes, "Wow, you're like a Long Island iced tea. I love." If you know, a Long Island iced tea has got like 10 different alcohols in it. I don't know why. I thought that was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever heard. Every time you get an alcohol joke, right? I thought they were going to talk about ice after that, and I was disappointed they didn't. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. I just want to point out that I should have a star. It's okay. Yes, you should have a star on the Hollywood Boulevard. We had a mass shooting in my town, says Ida Greenbacks, 2 years ago. I remember that parade, and we've never been the same. And right, and that we still talk about. We forgot about that, right? Here I am for OJ. We still talk about him every day, and that thing was way more tragic, way more. It's so crazy. You tell them more. You tell them more with that Washington Redskins hat. No, I don't think. I think that the Native American community, Barbara, loves me so much. I have a hoodie pass with the Black community, and I do with the American Indians as well. They know, Depp playing Tonto is probably way more offensive than me walking around talking about Joe Theismann and John Riggins, right?
Yeah.
Yes, right, Bon? Your favorite old white running back, John Riggins?
Yeah, this is a case of me. I'm just helping you along. I have no idea what you're talking about when
We
you
need to
talk
have a
about
sports
players and stuff
conversation
like
with
that.
you and David.
Oh well, if we just want to sideline to a sports, Australian football is reaching its finals now. It's the Super Bowl, the knockout finals to get to and my team got knocked out last week.
I heard
and
Silverchair's
really
playing at
bad.
the final game. Is that true?
Oh, that'd be
Doing
no,
national
they're
anthem.
not. That would be amazing though. Last year we had Kiss. Seriously,
Oh, did you
Kiss,
really?
They paid Kiss a lot of money, and Kiss rocked it. We've had some atrocious finals. Meatloaf came like 10 or so years ago, and he put on the worst show. Like if anyone wants to see, he couldn't even sing. He was out of breath, and people were furious after it. They're like, why the hell are we paying this American guy to come here and he can't even sing and he can't even breathe? Why aren't we just getting some Aussie bands? And it was a huge thing, but they did a great thing with Kiss last year. I thought, oh God, Kiss, but they came out and seriously rocked. They come out and play like 4 songs maybe. They import someone from America usually. It was great, but my team got knocked out, and my team's been getting really close the last few years. Like last year, they made the semi-final, and so this year they were second on what we call the ladder, the rankings throughout half of the season. So it was like these guys are going to win finally. They haven't won for about 30 years, and they got knocked out again last week. And I actually felt like, I don't really follow it, but I was so excited. My dad follows the same team, and he was really excited. And I actually felt what you must feel, a real sports lover, when they get knocked out. It did kind of feel like I could cry.
I do.
I know
but,
that
I've learned to not get too caught up in winning and losing as much as the journey and individual performances.
I haven't, because I don't really follow it that much. I can't get to that thing. I get the cruelty of sports in that regard. Like, this our team was one minute, a couple of minutes left, and our team was ahead, and within 30 seconds, the other team snapped a goal, and it was just, and the scores were so close, and they got a goal, and then you like, oh my God, the clock's counting down from like 45 seconds, and you're like, there's nothing we can do. You can't get, and in America, I guess with your football, when there's a couple of minutes left, they slow the game down. The team, they'll start throwing it back and forwards to each other.
Yeah, stall 4-corner offense.
And the other team were doing that, and I was like, when they start doing that, you just want to punch the wall.
Yeah,
you're just like, there's nothing we can do. It's like you've got your hands, you're in a straitjacket, and you can't. You're just sitting there going, It's like it's like they cut off your head with a guillotine,
Yep.
and then they pick up your head and turn it around and show it to your body, and in those last seconds as you're even though that's not possible, like you're dead straight away. But if that could happen, you're looking at yourself dead, and I'm bringing the mood down. But it was horrible.
Did you say snap a goal? That's the term. Snap a goal. Like,
yeah,
Somebody needs to see Joe. Help a man with the cow. That's right. You need to snap your snap.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
You know who that is, right?
No.
That's Depp's son Jack, towel snapping Amber Heard's dad David at Thanksgiving.
That was an awesome segue, man. That's what I love. It's a snap a goal. Is you know Aussie footy, like they're near the goals, but they're running in the opposite direction, and one of their players kicks the ball to them. They grab it and then they turn 180 and just kick it, and it'll go through the goal. And they call it snapping it. But it was devastating. I just thank you for that little video drop. I love it.
I assume with Kiss, they always do so much for charity, and they do a lot of free stuff. That's got to be for free, right? They did that.
No way.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, no.
I'm just kidding.
I think it was 5 or 10 million they paid him.
Of course.
It's awful. Like
they're the worst. They suck so bad. They suck.
Sunflower Dragon said she loves Crowded House. Yeah, Crowded House.
I think
awesome.
That's a great song. That people cover the shit out of that. Hey, now,
I know.
Hey, now,
don't dream it's over.
That's been covered about 10 times. It's crazy. God damn it. Kieran Kenny was the first person to say that song was great, and he was the only one that had the balls to say it, because it wasn't cool to say you like pop music, even though Kieran had a very Brendan Lang kind of taste in music. But I remember driving to a summer league basketball game. He was like, I think this song is great. And people were like, like they just wouldn't say anything. It's a great song. Without it, it's been covered 10 times. There's a freedom within. There's a freedom without.
Yes. I love the bit he sings that fast. Trying to think
Kathy Scott, we trust you you're a goddamn corrections officer legend. I trust you with a gun. And I hate men. My guns are these.
I hate men.
That's the best. That's the best. And the fact that you got that drop is even better. Dino Bravo, one of my favorite wrestlers. Good one, Jason. I really want Depp back. John Shit says that ship has sailed. We don't need a 6 Pirates. He's done all he can do with that. The 5th, I would have stopped after 3. When they did 4, it started to taint everything. It was a bad move. 5 was so stupid. And that was a cash grab because it's the easiest money. But I would, if I'm managing his career, I would have stopped after 3. There's no way.
Here we go. 4. Melvin's back on your sandwich. This means I have to. I've got something. Hold on a second. Since Melvin's
a stimulant.
Since Melvin's done this, I'm just going to have to go through this for a sec, John. So we had, this is going to reference you, Melvin. We had, just before we had Chauncey on, John, you went through a whole thing on Adderall and this, how you're having trouble finding it, and here's a bit of that.
Used to combat stimulants in the brain to produce calm, which allows one to focus, but the drug is in and out of your system within hours. I didn't know that. I thought it lasted a while. I still don't know where to get it. Still can't get it. Everyone in the world can get Adderall except for me. I don't understand where everyone's getting it, where everybody has the benefits to get it at their leisure for all the wrong reasons. According to Tamara Francois, you can get Adderall everywhere. I don't understand. Where, Tamara? Target? Walmart? Where? What does everywhere mean? I don't have dealers. I don't have fucking Nathan Holmes getting me whitey stuff. Where are people getting this Adderall? Can you get it at 7-Eleven?
Now,
did you hear me laughing at myself?
Oh yeah.
What a pompous ass, right? Laughing at him. What a pompous.
Oh
man.
no, yeah, that's the power of But the funny
Yeah.
thing about this is that you're midway through all of this rant, and then you take a breath and then bring this up.
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. The superhero hoagie, the chicken cutlet hoagie with lettuce, tomato, bacon. I don't use ham on it though. Some people do. I don't like the cordon bleu thing as much. I wouldn't put ham on it, but all that stuff I would put on. You're right. Some kind of cheese too, maybe like cheddar, sharp cheddar, and mozzarella. That I cannot believe you remember that, Melvin. Boy, we missed you. That's the first thing he came back, I think. Right?
I just love it how you pivoted from you were so invested in Adderall, and then the moment you saw his comment, you were just like, "Wow, Melvin!" But there were some other things, just quickly from people in the comments after the show about Adderall. We got Dee Dee. Arm's Adderall acquisition knowledge is coming off as basic. And then we had
I wrote it back.
another.
Didn't I write it back and I said less than basic?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You did.
it is less
and
than
then,
basic.
then we got another one from Marta, of course. So dramatic. Anyone can get Adderall. Can even get it online with a Zoom doctor visit. So that's she gets into it. And then we got one more from here we go. We got Sue. Fail an ADHD test and all the doctors will be giving you Adderall. So
can I have how you're tanking an ADHD test? That's what we're doing now to get this shit. Is that what you're gonna, how many people are doing this? How many people have mastered failing an ADHD test with their doctor? I believe her. But is this like something I'm not? Everyone's doing that. What the?
That's it. The question I'm going to ask you is, it's a month or so later. Have you changed your feelings after hearing all this advice from people, or are you still feeling that possibly in your area there is some sort of conspiracy that they've heard about you, and you're notorious in the area, and for some reason they've been told to deny you it, or are you accepting that you could get it?
I've heard since that time, I've heard about certain side effects that scare the shit out of me, and I will no longer be pursuing Adderall on any level.
Because I've got this.
Okay.
And this might clear it up, because this is from the Adderall is available via prescription from primary care physicians, nurse practitioners, neurologists, or psychiatrists, but determining whether someone needs it is challenging. And because it's a controlled substance, getting a prescription can be too. Here's the scoop on who could benefit from Adderall, who should avoid it, and how it is prescribed. Okay, that last line wasn't very necessary, but that seems to be... Is that the final word on it? Will you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, but doctors... Do you think... Why would a doctor put his whole practice compromise to give you Adderall? Like, why would he... You know what I mean? Like, to prescribe you Adderall. Why would a doctor just go? The last thing they want is and all people want. I've heard, and especially in the States, it's so litigious. No, doctors, there's a shortage of doctors because no one wants to get sued. Because all people do is look to sue all the time, and so they're like,
brutal.
That's all these guys worry about is getting sued.
Yeah, that must be really hard over there, because I've never heard of anyone getting sued here, but unless somebody died like really badly.
And I would say 50% of people who go into a hospital situation or doctor are probably in the back of their mind, how can I sue here? What malpractice can I get? That's how greedy, that's how litigious we are. I guarantee you that's 50% of people who get treated by a doctor or go into a hospital, emergency room, blah, 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 thinking, how can I get a malpractice? How can I sue? I guarantee it.
But yeah, it probably got really popular. I remember in the 90s, somebody spilled coffee from McDonald's on themselves in the car or something, and then they sued McDonald's or something. Didn't that happen in America?
Yes, that was a huge
big
story
deal.
here.
Yeah, that opened the doors, maybe. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that drives all prices up, and that's like because no one wants to get sued, and
Oh
so
wait,
it's
hold on. I've got Melvin. Now Melvin's punishing. He's demanding a response to this. But what about my live stream sandwich question? Well, I showed it, Melvin. Are you demanding a? Do you want John to confirm that the sandwich was legit? I don't know. Sorry, John. Go,
Jeremy
Johnny.
Spoke has a better reference than me. He said the Little
Jeremy
River Band is playing at a halftime of your show.
Oh.
You should. Are you amazed though at some of these halftime shows that they don't vet the artist better? Stop getting one hit wonders. You know that guy that he was in the Lily Rose Depp show, the Idol, the Weekend. He has a song where he
Oh
ripped off the
yeah.
title from Bruce Springsteen and Man from Blinded by the Light. And it's the only thing people know him for. And they let him play the halftime show. The guy has one song. Why would you not look for somebody who has at least a semi library to do a medley? You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
why would you ever choose a one hit one? They do it all the time. I'm amazed how bad their judgment is on that. I'm amazed. I sit there and I go, why him? Why that? It's always Midnight Oil, right? How do we sleep where the beds are burning? They're from Australia. I didn't know that. Are they really?
Here, look, I'm looking back at our what we call our Super Bowl bands
Man
each
at Work,
year.
says
Yep,
Autobot.
yeah.
Yep.
That we had Men at Work play
They had a lot of hits. They
our
had a lot of
final.
hits.
They played in 2001, and some notable ones from
Olivia
America
Newton-John.
are. Let me see. We got Meatloaf performed in 2011, and that was a garbage. Then they brought Ed Sheeran in 2014. He played with and Tom Jones that year.
Okay.
We got Chris Isaac in 2015. We got the Killers in 2017. That would have been really good. Is there any other notable ones? Not really lately, but it's been very, very bad. A lot of them were terrible, but Kiss rocks. So yeah, thanks to Kiss. Hit the like button. That's
Yes.
Sarah.
And
That's Sarah.
subscribe, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. This is Mark Harris, too, telling you to do it.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast?
And there
Absolutely
we go.
beautiful.
Gene. Only charity Gene Simmons supports is himself. Great line, Autobot.
Yes.
I almost tried to have Autobot on the show. I couldn't get it together to get his email. I was doing too much preparation, and it was in my mind. And I'm like, I gotta get this. Would have been a good one for him to sit in on. I bet they could get Depp for free. Kathy Scott. I thought that the Hollywood Vampires would be playing a Super Bowl at some point. I actually wrongly predicted that by now. That would be good. It's and all they do is covers, right? And that's for the humanoids. It's basically a glorified karaoke cover band, right? It's the humanoids would eat that up. It would work, definitely. Depp doesn't have to plug in. He could just stare at the ground and get all rigor mortis on it. And right, Bon, you think he's the single worst guitarist you've ever heard? You said with Tom Mouton.
Nah.
Sky Spectre said the whole Crowded House album is great. I don't have the album, but I do believe you.
Look at
Sunflower
that
with the
era.
lyrics.
I've got wait a sec. I've got Diane D asking if I was in excess fan. Yeah, of course, everyone was. It's like Midnight Oil. It's just everyone loved him.
Michael
You
Hutchins was
can't
a
go
Viper
wrong.
Room staple, Bon.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
Oh God.
There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you'll never see the end of the road when you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream.
It's over. It's such a good. It makes you remember nothing. You
Yeah,
just remember life. You remember when you were a child. Memories of your mother. I don't know, your family. When your father bought a new car and drove into the driveway with it. It's like the Wonder Years. If the Wonder Years,
Yep.
if Crowded House had been around in the 60s, the Wonder Years would have been using their music all through the goddamn show. Give me everything you got.
Or Kieran Kenny on the way to his summer league basketball game when it comes on in Bob Moore's truck. And Kieran Kenny, by the way, all the many great things. One of my favorite people in the history of my hometown, Sayville. Best center in the history of Sayville basketball. One of the coolest guys in the history of Sayville. He also collected Alpha Flight, Daredevil, and the Avengers. Those were his 3 big books. And one of my favorite people, and as Brendan Lang will attest. Brendan's going to wait till the love button comes out. Thank you, Brendan. You son of a bitch. If you have a psychiatrist, you can get Adderall, but they have to give it to you, though, Babs. You can't demand they give you a drug, right? You can't. They're not George Young in Weymouth, Massachusetts. They have to give it to you. You can't order your doctors to do that, right? They have to.
No, you can. I know because I take medication. You can suggest it. You can
Right.
say, I've heard of this drug called Adderall. What do you think of that? And they'll say, yeah, that could probably work. Or they'll say, no, not in your particular situation, or the medication you're on already, it wouldn't work with that. You're a little off. You can suggest shit.
Yeah, it's just, right. Like it's like Aquaman says about his aquatic telepathy. It's not a command; it's a suggestion, and they listen to me. That's what he says. Melvin says amazing. Barbara DeRuss says yes. Ida Greenback says go to a psychiatrist. I trust the Ida, and I trust Babs, but I don't know. I'm so uncomfortable. I have such imposter complex that I actually feel like I don't deserve the drug. Doesn't Hooper live near you? Yes, we're going to do the drag race on William Floyd Parkway. Drinking versus marijuana. And with cops are going to come behind us. We're going to clear out William Floyd Parkway, and I'm going to race him to the end. And the cops are going to judge us who drives better after an hour of drinking for me and an hour of marijuana for Hooper. Who's the better driver? That's the contest. Donald Trump Jr., Chris Delopoulos. That's a great reference. Sunflower Dragon said that Donald Trump, 78-year-old Donald Trump, is an Adderall addict. Has that been substantiated? Is that the guy sleeps 2 hours? Remember the Chauncey thing, Bon? I'm gonna start doing like clips from our show. That's a great one to start with. The Trump segment. 3:30 in the morning, he's calling Chauncey. Right? This goes on to this day. How many hours does Trump sleep? Do you remember when AJ Benza said that Trump gets up in the middle of the night? No, 4:30 in the morning, goes to the bathroom, plays with his hair plugs, styles it like a Carvel vanilla cone with hairspray, and then lays back on the bed and watches TV for the rest of the morning. You ever hear that story?
Nah, but
Yeah,
I believe it.
I've heard that.
I believe it.
That was AJ Benza. But you remember they dated the same woman? Cara Young. She was like a model. She was like a Soho model in New York in the late 90s. Remember the fight Trump and AJ Benza had? Cara Young was like in the middle of it. Yeah, AJ told that story about Trump.
Wow. And he drinks at least six Diet Coke cans a day.
Yes.
Cans of Diet Coke or more.
I shouldn't
That's
talk.
a lot.
I drink Pepsi Max in the same way. I go, remember Trump said that? He goes, AJ, Chuck Zito said I saw you at Scores. He punched you in the face. They thought you were dead.
I want a drop of that. Have you got that audio? Could you
I don't
send that
have it
through
yet.
to me in the future?
I have it. I don't have it on me, but I have it.
Of
somewhere.
course, in the archives. I made up
The
another one
archives,
there.
right?
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
The Housewives on Adderall, Barbara. It's pretty soon Costco is going to have it, right, Babs? Right? And I think a house. Okay, Bon. What about my live stream sandwich?
Yeah, there
There's
it is
Mr.
again. I
D.
don't know what he's talking about. I just did the
Mr.
live stream sandwich. I played it.
Hey, thank you, Mr. D. He goes, hey, greed, guys. Dr. Nick, Elvis, Michael Jackson's doctor, Prince's doctor, Perry's doctor. Let me getting back to Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's Dr. Kipper, Dr. David, I call him. You know, I had a clip of him at the Clipper. It was at a Clipper. It was a Clipper Golden State game. And I'm the only one. He was sitting in front row. Couldn't have better seats. Front row center at the scorer's table with an Asian wife. And like, oh my God, that's Dr. Kipper. And I made the clip and I played it on an old Deppening. Anyway, he's called Dr. Feelgood. This is what Motley Crue calls Dr. Feelgood. He was Ozzy Osbourne's doctor and got sued for overprescribing him the medications. And it is said that he's the reason that Ozzy has all those weird hiccups and shakes and shit. He's the same, and he got successfully sued. I did not know that until after the Depp trial. He was, and I believe somebody told, could have been Boff. Dr. Kipper was on the Osbournes, the reality show.
Wow.
Yeah, if we can find that. Hey, Boff, if you're listening, if we can go back and find that, I believe he agreed to be on camera on the Osbourne reality show. You know my hatred for the Osbournes, right? And Sharon. You know about all that. I don't understand how this. I mean, he was kind of a joke when I was a teenager. Like, you remember, it's just a shot in the dark, one step away from you, and all of a sudden he has this resurgence with that show, and it was, he was like a heavy metal, he's Headbangers Ball guy, and all of a sudden, I'm not even saying, but his wife Sharon is on my shit list for life. She had Holly Robinson fired from the talk. And if I see Sharon Osbourne, I'm telling you, you're not gonna. I don't care what gender she is gonna get. I'm gonna give her a abdominal stretch right there in the MTV parking lot. Mark my. I hate that woman so much. God damn it, that whole family. And could you imagine? Ozzy Osbourne's son and daughter are famous, are nepo babies. He shouldn't have made it to the 2000s. How did that happen? The worst kind of fame on the face of the earth is Jack and Kelly Osbourne are famous. I think that's everything wrong with this country. Oh, you pulled the article up. Go ahead, Bon. Can you read it? Can you get it?
December 8th, 2003. Let's, with the cameras rolling, Ozzy Osbourne fell on his backside into the surf of Malibu. He passed out during a party at the Beverly Hills Hotel. He struggled to swat a fly in his dining room, only to slap himself in the face. Blah, 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 blah. The cause of Osbourne's disorientation never was explained. It turns out he was on Valium, Dexedrine, some mycelium, and Adderall, and a host of other powerful medications. This is huge.
21 years ago. That's 20. This from 21 years ago.
Overprescribed. They were prescribed by Beverly Hills physician who, unknown to Osbourne, was under investigation for overprescribing drugs to celebrity patients. Prescription records show that Dr. David Kipper had Osbourne on an array of potent drugs, opiates, tranquilizers, amphetamines, antidepressants, and even an antipsychotic.
Can you explain to me how this didn't come up? So Kipper was 55 at the time, right? So that's 20 years ago. He's now 75. Can you explain how Depp's team is so inept that they didn't vet that? Or maybe Depp was he just wants to have Ozzy's doctor. That just makes him feel more like he's part of the rock and roll community, the rock and roll blackface that he's doing right now. How is that all right with his people? This is why he should. we should gut his entire. You know how they say all the ex-Republicans, like the Lincoln Project, they say they want to burn the entire Republican Party to the ground right now and start over. That's what we should do with Depp's team. Oh, everybody, the security, all of them, out, gone. I'm firing them all. And this is what he chose. That's how stupid. That's how he had all this. The behavior you saw ad nauseum and all the clips. I don't have to tell you. How did they
Yeah.
let that happen? And how did it not come up at all? How did Amber Heard, the worst lawyers on the face of the earth? How did they not bring that up? Isn't that
Good
crazy?
call.
Holy shit!
But there
Why
you
am I
go.
the only one that knows this?
You were spot on.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Nick Cave, Mr. D, is one of those artists that everybody says they like to sound cool, right? That's one of those bands you say you like. Yes, I like Nick Cave.
But I love Nick Cave. He's just put out a new album, which I listened to a few weeks ago, and it's it's like a Negro spiritual. It is like a religious. It's like where they all get dance in church and sing and stuff. It's uplifting. It's emotional. He's had a hard time. His son died a few years ago. 10 years ago. He's
Look at PCPPO going to a Sheila E. concert next week.
PCP.
A glamorous life we don't need. I hate men. We don't need a glamorous life without Ida. It ain't much. Yo,
PCPO, rockin' in the house in the ghetto. I got my arm next to me oh yeah, I got my gun in my back pocket, rockin' the house on the Deppening, on the Lotus Notes with Sarah in the background, telling everybody to press a like button. She's a hot chick. She's a rockin' chick. She used to be a goth. Now she's chilling out, and I'm done.
I will say this: you were better than John Lieberman and Bubba Loves and Sal Governale. Your rapping is way better.
Well,
I snorted Adderall. Melvin, that's really funny. I snorted Adderall at a Shania Twain concert. A Canadian. Oh my God, Melvin! Melvin's a great joke.
Funniest comment I've seen for a long time. To get me to.
Joke.
Did you hear me? I was guffawing in the background there.
Ron Hasse, I believe, Josh, is the backup catcher for Cleveland and the White Sox, right? I'm getting a little. You know how you delete megabytes from your brain? I want to say White Sox and Indians, but he was a backup catcher. I wonder if anyone here has heard of the Big Three. Cass Elliot was the lead singer. I have not, Ida. I have not.
Neither have I. Oh, listen to this. I could picture Arm and Mark Harris singing in harmony on the streets of Seattle.
Seattle's the last city Mark Harris was going. Sheila E. If you ever look at, by the way, speaking of Prince and Sheila E. and Black Morticia Adams, did you know? You want some more Depp gossip? Did you know? You remember when Depp was dating Sherilyn Fenn, who was on the episode of Jump Street, and he had Sherilyn in his helmet, no pun intended, in Platoon, the actress. She was in Twin Peaks and shit.
Yeah. She was good in Twin Peaks. Yeah.
Prince stole Sherilyn Fenn from Depp.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right at 1987ish. So I'm cut to the early 90s, and I'm reading an article on Depp in Movie Line magazine, or could have been Premiere, and they asked, could have been Playboy, and they asked him. He goes, "Hey, you like Prince?" He was like, Depp goes, "No. What is that? What is that fucking thing he has now? A fish hook? What is that fucking symbol? I like my artists to where the music speaks, not a fucking gimmick or." So I didn't know what his problem was with Prince until Black Morticia Adams told me that Prince stole Sherilyn Fenn from Depp in 1980s. Like, she's a huge Prince fan. That's why she knows that. And I'm not. I respect Prince's musicianship and stuff. But I had no idea, and that is true. So if you go on Sherilyn Fenn's Instagram, she has a bunch of Prince shit.
Oh,
and it's absolutely right. John Morello, it is Suichi Day.
She's one of my all-time hottest chicks. I loved her in that era. I was obsessed with Sherilyn Fenn. I'll give you a bit of an interesting story. Sherilyn Fenn was, like you said, on Twin Peaks, right? And
Yep.
in that season, the first season of Twin Peaks, Kyle MacLachlan sort of has an attraction to her in the show, and Lara Flynn Boyle was on Twin Peaks, and Kyle MacLachlan at the time was dating Lara Flynn Boyle.
Okay.
And the writers, David Lynch, wanted Kyle MacLachlan to have an actual relationship with Sherilyn Fenn in the show, where they were probably kissing and stuff.
Right.
And Lara Flynn Boyle vetoed it. She told
Oh, wow.
Kyle, "You do that, and I'm dumping you." So Kyle had to tell Lynch, "Nah, you're going to have to write it out. So let's just say that we sort of like longing looks at each other, but then that's it." Isn't that fascinating?
Two strangest relationships in the history of Hollywood: Jack Nicholson and Lara Flynn Boyle, and even worse,
Oh, yeah.
Rose McGowan and Al Pacino.
Oh, God, I didn't even know that. I thought you were
swear to
going to
God.
say
I
Marilyn
swear to-
Manson, but
No, it's Al
Pacino.
Pacino. He's
And
a
then
stranger.
they're dating like 20 years difference, these
Yeah.
people, aren't they? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Frank the Tank says the pharmaceutical industry and private health insurance is structured. You have to demand the doctors don't give you drugs. I believe Frank the Tank. He's never been wrong.
Well, he's not wrong there at all. That's
no.
very true.
There's G Canada weighing in. Good evening, Sarah Minions. Marianne from Melbourne. That is a good nickname. And I know it's done in endearment. Frank the Tank, if you think you need drugs, in most cases, your doctor will give it to you, and your primary Mary doctor will. My doctor does not play. The guy, you could tell he is by the book. He does not want to get sued. The last appointment I had with him, he goes, "You ever get like you don't get the reaction you want?" I wasn't going for a joke. All I said was, he goes, I go, Dr. Hughes. By the way, his name's John Hughes. I go,
you would love that.
I felt the first time I felt really old in my life is now I have a pill box with the days of the week, and I have various, just like, I have 4 different medications and supplements in this pill box. And he goes, "Oh, there's no shame in that." He's like, "Look, I'm 66, and I've had that for at least 25 years." And I go, "Oh, wow." I go, "You're the same age as Kevin Bacon." And I just hear this like just total silence. I thought I was going to run with a conversation about Kevin Bacon, and I'm waiting for him to have a follow-up question. And there's the most awkward 30 seconds of silence.
All you got was tumbleweed. Just the tumbleweed rolled through the office.
It was like a time release capsule of of Effexor. I'm like, he'll definitely be. I go, "You're the same age as Kevin Bacon." He'll take that as a compliment, because you don't think of Kevin Bacon as old, but you think of him as old. And he had just done the Footloose. He went to the Footloose High School, which was shot in Utah, to go to their prom. And so I said that right after that. I go, "Yeah," and I hear this little silence. I'm like, "Yeah, he just went to Utah to the high school where they shot Footloose, and he did the prom." And I get another silence, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" He just wants to get off the phone. It was a telephone appointment.
Your doctor,
I don't know.
is lucky. He's lucky that I wasn't there on the mic, because I would have gone, that's classic. I would have. I would have got rid of that tumbleweed rolling around. I would have said, "Hey, Dr. Hughes, what didn't you get that joke? Like, what
wasn't
are you
a joke.
on,
It
man?"
wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. I was complimenting. It wasn't a joke. I was complimenting and saying, like, it's relative, like the age to be born in 1958. Like, you're somehow old, but Kevin Bacon's not. You're the same age. I was trying to make him feel good, but it just didn't go. He just wouldn't take it in. And I was like, I'm trying. I feel like the guy gets inundated with cliches, all people asking the same stuff. And I thought I'd mix it up with something fun. He's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He just
you
wasn't
wanted
going
a bit
for
of a
it.
chuckle from you. Wanted like, you want. I know. I mean,
welcome, Tamara Francois. Welcome, Tamara
yeah.
Francois is getting a lot of good feedback. The Haitians now are getting. so many compliments from all that disastrous stuff from Trump and fucking Vance, and now we're appreciating our Haitian population, which I heard 50% of American Haitians reside in Florida. Did you know that?
I certainly did not.
That's crazy.
What does that mean to you?
And the best Haitian is Tamara Francois, the best half Haitian in all of America, as a matter of fact.
Speaking of parties, I mean, just a quick update. We are, as you can see, we're really sort of making ground now on the Olympics countdown. We're sort of cutting our way through it. We're making. It's not so far away.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, Ida Greenfield.
Yep. Yeah, AJ Benza is now Trump's biggest supporter. I know. He's AJ's classic, like, Long Island, Ginzo, toxic masculinity with the fucking fake gangster with the father who was his father. He was an undercover cop. He was basically a Donnie Brasco type. AJ Benza's dad. He's from West Islip, New York, Long Island, by the way.
You could probably get him on this show.
We
could do that.
I like AJ. I like AJ a lot. I think I'd get along with him. Yeah. I'm gonna. Is he back on? Remember, he got kicked off Twitter for saying crazy shit until
he's probably been kicked off 20 times. I think. I'm sure he's multiple. I do not know, but someone in the chat will be following him and will tell us in a moment. They're typing away.
Yeah. Mr. Dida, thank you, Sue Monster. This is not to go into the Adderall fund. Oh my God, Sue. Sue's got an answer for everything. She knows everything about everything. One of the sweetest women we have. People, not I hate men. One of the sweetest people we have in our community. It's kind of a wacky. It's a cliche now to say dysfunctional family, but some really great people, and she's certainly one of them. Armin Gilliam, Ben Benjamin, was after Dio. I just listened to a Dio song called "Last in Line." You know that one? It's a great song. It's very underrated. I don't know what the backstory is behind it, but it sounds like The Disadvantaged, Waiting on Breadlines, I guess. I don't know, but it's a great song with a phenomenal arrangement. I don't know if anyone knows that song. Last in Line by Dio. Kelly Osbourne rearranged her. I thought you would have known that. Okay. She looks nothing like she did. That's right. Kelly Osbourne's the worst. I hate those kids so fucking much. Kipper was probably chosen. Yes, he was. Sunflower. Depp definitely chose him. And because Ozzy had him, and they did not care about any of the blowback from the Osbournes overdoses. All right, you want to go? Speaking of overdoses, you want to go to James Earl Jones?
Yeah.
the worst segue in the world.
Yeah. But I love that.
Okay.
Do more of that. Do more of that.
Speaking of James Earl Jones, one of the great thespians, obviously known for Darth Vader, passed away at, I believe, 93. So what does this have to do with Lotus Notes and Howard Stern? Well, I think some people might remember that Stuttering John interviewed him in 1996, and I went and I ferreted out the video.
Finally.
And you get to hear the real racist Howard during this say that every black guy has to be from the hood. It doesn't sound like irony. It doesn't sound like a joke. It sounds like he very much means it. So this is Stuttering John interviewing James Earl Jones. There's a little preamble before it as Howard. And by the way, so this is a year before John marries Susanna. Howard brings up the wedding. Howard blew off the wedding. My theory is he and Allison were separated that far back, 97, because they did not attend John's wedding in the Hamptons when Susanna and friggin' Allison are very good friends. Robin was there, Ralph was there, Dominic Barber was there. Howard wasn't there. It doesn't make we all know Howard likes to ghost everybody because he thinks he's cool. But he's not doing it to this one when all those people were going that he knew, right? So I believe he did not want to go to this wedding because Allison, people would find out they were separated because Allison wouldn't have went. That's my theory. I'm right. I know I am.
I believe in the arm.
Yeah. What we talk
about?
Go ahead.
I love it that Dominic's at every wedding and he never missed one.
I have another theory also too about what you were saying about private parts before, and we talked about how it has no extras and shit. Here's my theory. What's the theme of private parts? That Allison, it's all about Allison. And Allison is my best friend, and I'm married, and I don't cheat on my wife. So after they get divorced, what would have to happen in the DVD? You would have to do a bunch of Allison homages, right? She's not going to agree to that. How would you possibly get divorced? And I believe it's a much uglier divorce than people know. And I believe, yeah, I know for a fact Allison got half his money for years and may still in New York, from what I understand. According to Howard in some clip I have, and I don't have it here, apparently that goes, her lawyers got her a deal like you cannot believe. And I believe for them to have done a private parts like Blu-ray thing, you'd have to get Allison's approval to do it. And there's no way you can't have a movie about how faithful you are to your wife when you just got divorced and cheated on her.
Wow, that's a bombshell. We need someone on, a lawyer, to give us info on that. If she could veto.
Well, she has a
that.
gag order on him, and we're about to get to where it starts in 06. But yeah, so she wasn't allowed to be brought up pretty much all the Sirius years. So I have no doubt that she put the kibosh on the Blu-ray stuff. You can't do that unless Allison's the focal point, right? It's all about Allison. I love my wife. You can't do a Blu-ray with extra if she's not to be brought up or interviewed for it. Impossible. And then you have to get Mary McCormick, who played Allison. It ain't happening. And I believe Allison put the kibosh on it. There's no way he would, unless it was a money thing, he would deny that. And he's so nebulous about why they don't have one. I'm sticking to that.
Hero of the stupid. Let me fix my hair so I look good for TV.
Look at this. Look at how fake his hair looks here. What were we thinking to not see this? Look, he won't even touch it. Like, watch this. He just drops it.
Hold on. There it is. There's my look, all put together.
What on earth?
Did you just wink at me?
Yeah.
Or is that your new tick?
No, I just said, hey, what's up?
No. You're into a new shtick.
He winks.
He winks now. I know what's going on.
It's not.
I know what's going on with you. Is your soon-to-be wife now going around with you to all the Stuttering John work appearances?
Sometimes she comes and hangs out. Sometimes.
What's the matter with you?
She helps us, actually. She's
Is she that lonely?
No, she just,
You bring your wife with you to work?
If you were married to someone and they were going to do this crazy, fun, insane interview, would you not want to see it? Wouldn't you go? I would kill to go to that.
Yeah,
if I were married to someone.
For sure.
Why shouldn't you want to go? Fuck you! You're such a jerk off.
Sometimes.
Well, sometimes she comes here to pick him up.
Yeah, what's going on with you, man? You bring your woman to a Stuttering John interview situation? That's your thing. Don't you don't have to.
She actually helps out. She actually knows a lot of these people that we don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe I don't want you to know them.
That was my theory on Chauncey. Why he could have been hired for that show, because he was so good at getting those stepping out interviews of people that Howard never had on the show and couldn't get. That would have been a great hire. He had a real tenacity about going after celebrities like that to book. He was really good. I could not believe the names he got in stepping out.
I mean, before I miss him. More outrageous.
Let's go to James Earl Jones first. Man, very distinguished. White.
PCPBO. That's a great reference. Sebastian Bach from Skid Row stole Christina Applegate. Was it from? No, well, Depp never dated Applegate unless they had a tryst. It was somebody else. It was damn it, who was that? Crap. But there's something with Depp. No, he's friends with Sebastian Bach. It's somebody else. Brad Pitt. It's not Depp. You're confusing Depp for Brad Pitt, as people do. But that's a great reference, PCP 23.
Very distinguished. White wife, by the way. I saw a picture of her in the newspaper today.
Do you have to yell that so loud?
White wife. White wife.
What is that?
James Earl Jones has a white wife.
Will you be identifying everyone's wife as you go along?
Yes. It's very funny to see him there with a white wife. All right, here we go.
Why.
James Earl Jones is 93 now. This is 28 years ago. Right? So counting down 63, I think he's 61 here. This is 28 years ago.
It's just funny. The prize.
Oh, James.
You know these guys, they get out of the ghetto.
Maybe 65, maybe. I'm sorry.
And,
I don't know where James came from.
Oh, he came from the ghetto.
Oh, okay. You know him.
How many black people you know didn't come from?
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this racism. I don't take this as a joke. I think he means this. I don't think there's any irony here. I think he means this.
How many black people you know didn't come from the ghetto?
A few.
All right, let's listen to John's interview. The ghetto. How many?
Oh, okay.
Ghetto and.
I don't know where James came from.
Oh, he came from the ghetto.
Oh, okay. You know him.
How many black people you know didn't come from the ghetto?
A few.
All right, let's listen to John's interview.
Well, that's the real Howard, right? Isn't that the guy who loves to say the N-word, Bon? Right? I mean, is there any doubt that's the guy who?
We're shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
Yeah.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Can we ask you a question for the SRK radio?
Yeah.
Do people ever confuse you with James Earl Ray?
Well.
That's his wife on John's right. James Earl Jones is left.
I'm a big fan, James.
The names are quite similar, yeah.
Would you get paid a lot to say this is CNN?
Thank you very much.
No.
No? Take care, James.
Who's answering?
Who is that?
I think that might
He's a ventriloquist.
It could have been his day.
By the way, James Earl Jones has a stuttering problem in real life. He overcame that was his thing, and I think John interviewed him like way before, like not way before this, but like the early '90s, and then asked him about his stuttering problem to him. But I can't.
God.
I got to look harder for that.
I bet John thinks he helped him with it, and that's John's thing. He thinks he'll name drop. He helped James Earl Jones fix his stutter, which obviously
John was second choice for Darth Vader. You didn't know that? He turned it down.
Imagine him. Luke, I am your. You know where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
It's a bit too obvious,
that was.
That one.
You're right, Brendan. That was a good one. Al Pacino and Beverly D'Angelo was a weird one, and they never got married, which is so. Did they have a kid together? That's a good one, Brendan. Beverly D'Angelo, of course, is with Johnny Depp and Slow Burn, made for Showtime movie in 1985, which is with Eric Roberts, where Depp wears the first Air Jordans, the ones, as my black friends say.
That was his wife.
Yeah, that could have been.
That's not a date. That's his wife.
Okay.
Was she like a short, white woman, round face?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his wife. Yeah. Real white?
I was mad I didn't get the question number 3. That was my favorite one.
That was a good question. Do people ever confuse you with James Earl Ray? Yeah. And then you said, did you get paid a lot of money for CNN?
Yeah. And then he said, I'm done.
Good night. Good night. I don't have
He
time
didn't
for
remember you because you've interviewed him before.
Yes.
Have I? I don't think so. I think I
Yeah,
always
you
tried.
interviewed him about stuttering, I remember.
Oh.
Yes. I always question whether we should do like build-up questions, but those are boring.
But you don't
That's the thing.
You never know how much time you have either.
Right.
Robin, good reference. Robin remembered the John thing, and John didn't. John usually remembers every detail about himself, and that's one instance where. Thank you, Ida. Doctors usually have no sense of humor. Yeah, this guy's not a dud. Ida, he's a pretty, he's a decent guy. We joked a few times. Again, that wasn't a joke. I was just creating pop culture small talk. It might be that he just doesn't give a shit about pop culture. One of those people.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. Hey, thank you, Sean Daly. Love the show, guys. I've watched all episodes. Can you speak about what happened with Radio Gunk, if anything?
A Radio Gunk exclusive.
Initially, my circadian rhythm does not work for that time slot. They do that in 3 days, and I am, in addition, utterly burned out on the repetitiveness of that current show. Circadian rhythm wise, my brain can only talk about Howard's parents and Beth and Ronnie and JD before I lose every conceivable brain cell I have left to repeat the same tropes again. This is what I believe is this is what we used to do in the early days of Radio Gunk, was the theme shows, and I think it was they have so much more legs. I think when you do it daily, it is utterly forgettable from day to day. especially when you do nothing but repeat yourself, which is what you're going to do. It was never my idea to do that daily. I was sort of circumspect to against it from the beginning, and I just kind of was a team player. And I am now at a point where I'm both, because of my medication up, I'm having weird fatigue at times when that is, and so when the fatigue is exacerbated when you're talking about the same thing every single night in the same
And
exact
everybody would
way.
think I was a complete and utter asshole to come in with this $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 Hermes bag.
And you know how much I love fashion and talking about all things fashion, and I'm an expert in it, and I'm a fashionista. So that's the hard part, is to be away from fashion repartee, because you know
I
how
have
much.
2 Hermes scarves. I think possibly 3. I think I lost one.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that?
There's just. Do you want more?
Yeah. Yes.
Could you? Well, I could. No.
It's funny. I don't think it's. You think it's offensive? I don't think that's offensive.
No.
I took 6 years of Spanish in school. I don't know a lick of the language.
And she's half Puerto Rican. She's a walking West Side Story. Half Italian, half Puerto Rican. So what we did, and Bon will sign off on it because he's listening to the early days of Gunk, right? All those theme shows we used to do, like those are timeless, right? Those are ones that you could listen to 20 years from now.
Oh
But
my
when
God,
you're reporting on a daily show, it's going to be utterly forgettable and disposable and redundant from one day to the next, right?
Of course.
You don't have to
Thank
agree
you
with
so
me.
much, Bon, for doing that for us.
And so that's, my brain is wired for this. I can't, if the show is so horrible, the Stern Show is so irrelevant, it's so unlistenable and so horrible. If we cover it, we're giving it relevance. We're saying by default, oh, something's happening here. We need to report on it. No, you don't. No, we don't. There's nothing reportable. The point is, there's nothing reportable about it. Nothing's happening. So we should act accordingly.
I'm like, oh my God, we should go buy some Hermes.
Oh my! I can't. How long ago did you assemble those drops?
They're from about a year ago.
Bon Jovial, I see you down there, you bastard.
You remember when Monique called Beanie Mac a black bastard in the chat?
No.
Yeah, the alliteration of that is almost worse than the N-word. I think our black friends in the chat would agree.
Oh, I would love that drop.
And she's
of
not
that.
racist
For some bizarre reason, I always thought that I would drive a Jaguar.
And she is not racist at all. I will identify all. Nobody is a better racist radar than I do. I don't think she is one scintilla of racism in her. I don't believe for a second she is not racist at all. I really mean that, and I don't say that too often. I can pick anybody as a racist, and I love to do that. But she doesn't. She is not right. And speaking of, there's David. Oh, David, perfect timing. So David, tumbleweeds and an owl hooting in the background. It's exactly what I heard during the silence. I bet it was tough, David. But what's not tough is your homage to James Earl Jones and Field of Dreams. And so this guy he arpeggiates in he's syncopations in this. This is David, the violinist, on his Instagram. We talked about David before with a tear-inducing, melancholy rendition of Field of Dreams soundtrack to James Earl Jones. You see where I'm tearing up here?
Yeah.
You hear where? Yeah. Can you get choked up during this? That's an amazing skill he has to do this. That you can evoke emotions like this. That note kills you right there.
Beautiful.
I am begging you to fucking move on. I dislike female Jewish comedians, put it that way.
That's redundant. What, that could either be during Field of Dreams, or it could be like the last days of somebody's life on like hospice, doing the, running back their life through their head. That is
beaches or something,
right.
Like that for sure.
Those people love beaches. Those people love some Bette Midler. That's a great reference by you, Bon. Right? That's a great reference. No, who loves Bette Midler more than David? And he does. I don't know if I've ever heard him bring her up, but the best scene in Seinfeld is when George Costanza bowls over Bette Midler at home plate when he rounds third.
Oh, that is classic.
I love Linda Ronstadt.
There was a Linda Ronstadt thing where she banned. She has her own auditorium in Arizona, and she forbid the Trump administration from using it. That was Sunflower Dragon tweeted that or sent it, as a matter of fact. She's all over this. She is my favorite progressive pundit on the planet, without question.
Nostalgia porn.
David's email address, it says like David the Violinist Music. You know how the professional email addresses you have when you're doing professional stuff, you put music at the end or comedy.
Yeah.
He's going to change it to sex instead of music. David the Violinist, sex. By the way, Bon, I have a homework assignment for you. We're going to because of David and the favor to him. Those poor Haitian American kids in Springfield are being bullied and threatened by MAGA idiots. Yes, Mr. D. Yes. The thing I did when I pretended I was Jamie Presley with Artie on text?
Oh, yes.
We're going to get that dialogue out, and maybe we could put it to like AI or something.
Uh-huh.
And do it and play it here again. The whole text exchange. Yeah. I was acting like I was jealous of that all the big parts in Hollywood should be coming to me, and David is the whole thing memorized. It's crazy. Barbara Rush. So David, that was really brilliant. I wish you would do that for everything. There's almost nothing you can throw at him that he can't cover. I had a song.
So I love it.
That's right, Sarah. So he's going to do, David agreed to do Crowded House. And next time Chauncey's on, he's going to do Heart and Laura Branigan. Do you know Chauncey's favorite band is Laura Branigan?
I was not.
Gloria, Chauncey, I think I got your number. Yep, Chauncey is a Laura Branigan fan, and he loved that. Remember, I told you the story about the Heart concert he went to, where he met Imus's daughter, and they sat in a car together and talked about Howard and Imus for 5 hours. I believe it was at the Meadowlands. So I want to say rest in peace to one of my a thinking man's wackpacker, Crazy Alice. Who passed away last week. One of my favorites. I believe she worked in autism, I want to say. And she had no one's funnier than Crazy Alice. She did not fit in to the current iteration of that horrible show. Every once in a while, they would throw her a bone and like play a voicemail. And it was, you cannot put the toothpaste back in the bottle. She is so much better than that current show. They ignored her for years and years. And then once in a while, like, oh, Crazy Alice. You don't deserve Crazy Alice. This is Crazy Alice meeting Hank, the Angry Dwarf, who also passed away. And she goes on a date with Benji. I'll just skim through these.
Oh, God.
Your crazy Alice wants to say hello to us.
By the way, this is the CBS Saturday Night Show. This is from. You can hear like they're trying to get like it's like an ADHD version of the E show where they would do these power cuts of what you've already seen on E. It was the laziest opportunity for a Saturday night in the history of show business. They could have done whatever they wanted to with the show. He should have done a one-on-one interview. One of the things that Vinny Favale was a producer on this show, and he almost got fired from CBS for pushing this so hard on CBS and going to bat for Howard with Moonves. And he said that he had to be the facilitator between Howard and Moonves. The show is so bad. So he had to do damage control to explain how shitty this was.
Wow.
As Howard collected the biggest check, but he did nothing for this. Could you imagine having a Saturday night TV show and you do nothing for it? All they did is had people take shit from the E show and do these. He did no original, unique content for this show on his own. And he had explained to the CBS executives, why are we going against Saturday Night Live and Mad TV with this piece of shit? All the time.
Here's crazy Alice. Wow.
Oh, she looks good.
She looks terrific.
So good.
She's got a whole new outfit.
She has a whole new look.
How are you, Alice?
I'm doing pretty good. Why you calling me crazy?
You know, because you get crazy sometimes.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what crazy about in this generation.
Anyone know what Karl Malone sounds like? She sounds like a female Karl Malone. It's just hitting me now. Jimmy Kimmel did blackface.
Right.
A strong woman who talk up for herself and stick for herself.
And she sounds like Karl Malone.
Now, let's refresh people's memory.
Shit.
And stick for herself. Don't let nobody knock her down.
Now, let's refresh people's memory.
Yeah.
You're,
those
you're from
elbows.
California, right?
Right.
And you used to call in the show, and you were always angry with black people.
Of course.
Because you said black people did not treat you well.
They didn't.
Right, and you're a black woman.
Half black, like you said, you half Jew.
Right.
Remember, society still recognizes a Jew and a black person, okay?
Listen, I want to bring in Hank DeBoer, because you had some words about him that you wanted to say.
Yeah, let me set that straight. I didn't say I hate that guy.
Hank stands alone about 4 feet tall. He's got a big...
Did you know that Hank was a savant with music knowledge and trivia? Like, ridiculous. Like, they put him up against Mark McGrath, who was supposed to be like a savant in the celebrity. He destroyed him. Like, it's like anything that I've ever met. Insane what he knows about classic rock.
Mouth, even though he's very small, he drinks a lot, so he's rarely with it.
Lift him up and stick him in that goddamn couch, will you?
There you go.
There he is.
Kidding. You need help this morning, don't you, Hank?
Hank, no, Alice, what were you saying about Hank, though? Seriously.
No,
be honest.
I heard you this morning on the radio before I was in a hotel. You said I hate Frank. I don't hate Frank. I'm not Frank.
Hank.
I'm talking.
Right. Hank.
Yeah, I didn't say I hate.
I didn't watch this in full. I'm actually really glad I got this. This is a great composite look at Crazy Alice. Like, this is kind of everything she is.
Yeah, I've never seen this.
Yeah, a lot of
this
people
is
haven't seen
crazy.
it. This is from the Saturday night CBS show.
Wow.
I said that he reminded me of my mother. That's what she died of alcohol, and I feel sorry for him.
You do?
I think it's about the cutest little thing I ever seen on this show.
Right.
Wow.
I don't like to judge no.
Oh, Hank's gonna blush.
Hank hasn't heard nice words like this in a long time. Jay,
Holy shit! Did you see that guy? That was Luis de Borda. You remember Luis de Borda had the fight with Gary? You remember the fight they had when Luis said he hated Gary and he came? They never show him.
Yeah.
Oh my God! He was answering. Look at that.
I don't like to judge.
Oh, Hank's gonna blush.
Hank hasn't heard nice words like this in a long time.
There it is, bottom left.
Bottom left. Wow, you really are the ferret. Oh my God, I love it that you that little sequence probably goes for half a second and you got it. I love that. Who's on the bottom right?
I think it's Casey.
Okay.
Gary's on the top right. And doesn't Luis look like fucking Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Yeah, why didn't they get him on the air? He's this kind of good-looking guy. Isn't that weird? No,
Casey said he's the nicest guy on the whole staff. Like, he's one of the only normal people. And they said that he would do like dance-offs at the Christmas parties and shit. I asked him about because this guy was the few times he was on the air, it was a total A+. He eviscerated Gary. That's a great show we should do.
Wait. Can we get him, Luis?
No, I've tried to find. Casey doesn't know where he is either. I've tried to find him.
Really?
I think he would go on though. He's like a super nice guy. I think he'd have a lot of stories to tell. One of the most underrated people in the history of that show.
Should we double check if we can find him?
We could try.
Yeah, because he was fantastic on the clips you played in the past. He really.
Remember, he goes, try to say hello to the guy. He just blows you off. I go, hey, Gary, put my hand in. It's like, just try to say hello to the guy once. Good God. He's like, maybe I'm not important enough for you to stop and say hi to. It was so great.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Good.
Jay, you're on the
Look
air.
at
Go
that.
ahead.
What is this, Ebonic sound? I can't
Good
understand
work,
a word
Johnny.
you say. Sounds like a crackhead.
You know, I'm sick of bastards like that. You get put them dickheads on the air like I.
She is incredible. She's so funny. I can't take it. She's like Pat Cooper, where she just fucking explode. Like, and it's hard to be angry like that all the time, but she is legit funny. I just laughed. 2 words, I'm cracking up.
I know. It's dawning on me now. You're right. She's like vibrant would be a great word.
I think it's a crying shame. Like she didn't do stand-up comedy, because I would laugh at every goddamn thing. Maybe she just doesn't have the ego for it. Yeah. Delivery. You can't teach that.
Bastards like that. Why you always get put them dickheads on the air like I care what a man thinks?
There's a female black comedian named Miss Pat who was on Joe Rogan's podcast a little bit. She's a lot like her, where you just sort of laugh at everything she says. I'm telling you, I don't know how they missed this.
What a man think? Why you every time I go to show up, why you got to put those goddamn man like I care what they think?
Right.
What is this, Buckwheat Mother meets the Wizard of Oz?
Your mama, and you talk about yourself, Dickie. And you know where your brain at is very small. You ugly son of a bitch. You are so ugly. I bet you're an ignorant chicken neck, short peanut, ugly MF. If you was a real man, you wouldn't be on the phone talking like that. You are, whatever you call me, you are double. That's what you are. So don't try to express me and go home and suck on your mama's nipple. You understand? Go home. That's what kind of man you really are. If you really respect women, you wouldn't care what race they are. And my hair has to be buckwheat. It's straight. You dumb MF. You understand? So get off the phone and let some other ugly dick get on the phone. You don't mean nothing to me. You just like toilet paper. I can wipe my big crap off and flush you down in the toilet. You understand? When it comes to people like me and Hank, you cannot talk over the guy. We are angry people. Black women are the most strongest women in society.
I agree with that. Black women are the most strongest people in society. I agree with that. I 100%. Best senses of humor and strong. I 100%.
Attractive women in society. Let me get that straight. Black women are beautiful. You understand? It's too bad you're not man enough to get one. I don't think one black woman wants your stinking short peanut ass. I bet you buy 4 inches.
You know, it'd be funny. They were doing this with Trump during one of his psychotic rallies, knuckle dragging reprobate rallies, as the great Denver Riggleman said. If you put a transcript to what the psychotic dribble he says during it, if you wrote it out, it would look crazier than hearing it.
Yeah.
Could you imagine writing this out, doing a transcript with Crazy Alice and just writing it out and then reading it like that, just trying to like phonetically, it'd be amazing to see it written out.
Oh, I'll do it.
Shut up, you brainless, hairy, gorilla, ugly son of a bitch.
Now you know what? I think you have Hank.
No, stick it in his mama.
All right.
Yeah, that's where you belong. That's why you so bitter. Cause you back your mama. That's why you so bitter against women. You might can't get no woman. You might can't even get a white woman. You ugly.
Oh my.
Kiss my ass.
Oh God.
She's really good. Like she really gets it. The show, like she's censoring herself. She won't curse.
Yeah,
she's
I know.
She's thinking. She's not just ripping. She's thinking sort of ahead. Man, imagine her in a debate with Trump. Yeah, it would be insane. She'd destroy him.
She's a force of nature. You can't stop her. Once you flip that switch on, there's no go back. She either loves you to death or she hates your guts. There's no in between with her.
I bet she's cross-eyed under those glasses right now. She's so angry. Her eyes are like spinning around. Just straight. What were you saying about, before I interrupted, what were you saying about David? Has he written something?
Oh, well, he just said he has a great memory he really does a crazy memory. He goes, when Ivan Reitman, I think a lot of musicians have to have a great memory to remember notes and to arpeggiate. When Ivan Reitman came on to promote the Robin Williams, Father's Day with Billy Crystal, we played that on our show. We did a Robin Williams, which McDowell's ripped off as well. And he said, Ivan Reitman said this to Howard. He goes, Howard, I wish Private Parts hadn't been a flop though. And he just, it was like the worst thing and it was. It's a $41 million movie, which Howard to this day lies about the box office all the time. It's gone from 81 million to 100 million, and he's counting USA, and he's such a fucking con man.
I feel like I've heard it at a barbecue, but I could not tell you what it is.
Cause you back your mama. That's why you so bitter against women. You back can't get no woman. You back can't even get a white woman, you ugly alpha. Arriba Dutch, ass.
Coming up on the Howard Stern Radio Show.
You know why lady midgets don't wear
This is the effort. So Howard had an animator do this. So they do, this is like, what was this? This is like 3D animation, like when you.
Yeah.
This is the only work they did. Howard didn't do anything. He just collected the check.
Of course not.
So she goes on a date with Benji for the E show.
Oh. Can I have sex with you?
No.
What is a Benji?
I was just really surprised how sexy Alice is.
Howard started wearing wigs, Jose Villataro, probably around the Private Parts years when they gave him all the wigs for the movie. And somebody, probably Ralph, said, hey, look, you got a weird bald spot here. It looks like it. And you know how Ralph would embellish it, right, to keep his job, because Ralph was also his hairstylist. So how do you keep your job? You tell Howard he looks like shit, and he's so insecure, and he's such a hideous, misshapen, genetic gargoyle freight, as Sarah said, Marfan Goblin, that he'll get so insecure of one comment that you have a job for life. And I believe that's what Ralph did, was dig him with insecurities all the time to keep his job.
I didn't know. Like,
you would go out with her?
She actually came on to me. Not came on to me.
Did you come on to Benji? I
kissed him
in the hall. She said I'm not so bad looking, and she's actually pretty sexy.
Yeah.
Not that dark skin is bad, but I pictured her a lot different. I pictured her with like curlers in her hair.
Oh hell
and like really dark skin.
Hell no.
And she looked pretty hot. I would love to take her out while she's in New York.
Really?
Now you got a date.
Hey, really?
Thank you, Autobot. I agree.
You want a French kiss, Benji?
Overrated.
No.
Can we just
I like kissing. I don't kiss no anybody, but I don't want to kiss him in the mouth.
How about like on the neck and the lips, just a little bit?
Just a little bit. Okay.
All right, wait, here, sit
Yes, Tamara, that's a great show for us to do. Howard, so the Mad Terror period, Bond, right? So you have Angie Everhart, Robin Givens. We have the thing with Lila Arciera. We have supposedly Gina Gershon was thrown in there at some point. That's a weird one. He took Emily to a play to see Gina Gershon. Why would you go to that unless something was going on?
Yeah, he wishes he could have got her back then.
Oh, I love Gina Gershon. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I love her.
I don't know about that one. Is she that crazy to be interested in how she could have had anyone back then?
Yeah, but you know that I'm trying to think. There's so many other ones. Like there's Jenna Jameson rumors. There's Amy. Oh, you know a guy who's crying to come out of the closet. Howard would go for women who, like, almost like caricatures of heterosexual women, like the blonde Barbie doll with fake tits and everything. The opposite of what I go for. Well, I do love Gina Gershon, though. That's not really his type.
on the couch, Benji will come over to you. Wow, this is a romance. I can't believe it. Alice and Benji, who would have expected this? The two of them make a cute couple.
Benji looking
She's going to get on Benji's lap.
Yeah.
I don't know if Benji looks worse here or now. There's just nothing you can do. You can't polish that turd with anything.
Oh, he looks like he looks like Chum
Yeah.
Lee from Pawn Stars. Look at
Oh, I
him.
thought you were gonna say chum, like tiger, like a shark chum that you feed sharks.
Oh, that too, but
Yeah,
it's
that's
got a
good.
lot of
That-
Chum Lee going
Yeah.
here.
He's just fucking hideous in every way.
Oh, this is
If I had to draw a pedophile, it would be Benji. Like he just is
Oh,
every
no.
child molester you see. Do you remember that scene in Mayor of Kingstown where they go to? I told you that over that long voicemail I sent you. When they go to the basement of the prison and there's all child molesters in the basement that are hiding from the rest of the prison during the prison riot. That's who he is. Like that's what he fits in that he would be I would cast him in a second as a molester and anything. It's just he wouldn't have to do anything.
He's like the guy in 8mm who
Oh yeah. Nicholas Cage is
in the base. He's no, not 8mm. I think I mean Harrison Ford movie, The Fugitive, when Harrison Ford's in the basement and then the cops come and get that guy. There's a lot of that going there. I know I should mention to you, I watched
I got
Mayor of
another one. I'm sorry, another weird
Kingstown.
coupling. Weird coupling. Callista Flockhart and Harrison Ford.
Yes.
I'll put that in there. I absolutely will put that in there.
Oh, yeah, they are making out. I can't believe it. Wow, Benji.
How long has it been, Alex?
Look, he wants more.
Oh! Jeez, Benji.
Oh, I'm looking away from the screen.
You like her? Oh, man.
I can't watch it.
I miss Jackie too, Ida Greenbacks. Every time I see that, I completely agree. I was thinking the same thing.
Wow.
He means it, right, Sue?
Wow. This is all right, Benji. Easy.
Will you get out
of here. Put your pants back on. My God.
Yeah, everybody knows the Robin Givens Brad Pitt story, right? Where Tyson threatened Brad Pitt, who followed Tyson with Robin Givens, and Tyson was I guess he was stalking Brad Pitt. It's amazing how we think Mike Tyson's this chummy little stuffed animal now. Isn't he? He's a convicted rapist. And there's it's probably more where that came from for all we know. Why he's just like, why is he getting a pass? And what am I and why aren't we giving Evander Holyfield the attention that Tyson gets? He's a way better boxer and a way better person. Why is Evander Holyfield not getting the Oh God, what is with we the dumbest society? We're so stupid. I hate this country.
God, he's completely aroused.
Oh man!
Oh my goodness!
I love my makeup.
Oh my God!
That's not real bad.
She was just trying to give you a little pick, Benji. You really took advantage.
It's like date rape. Lipstick all over your face.
Right.
Oh my.
Ida Greenback says, I referred a student to AJ Benza. He was very helpful. I had a student who stuttered. Ida, did he move to Chicago? AJ has a sister in Chicago or something. Did I hear that? I swear to God, I thought I heard that.
My God. Oh. Aren't you liking Benji for liking you? What are you hitting him for?
You messed up my makeup want to look like a movie star.
Al W says you should play that clip of Howard talking about James Earl Jones has to be from the hood every time he claims to be woke. I know. I'm going to send all these to what's her name from The View, Sunny Hostin.
Somebody had got raped.
I never would have expected Benji and you.
Stuttering John. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Oh, she looks good.
She looks. You know what? I think
like dark skin.
Look at this.
She's gonna get him.
Oh, this is all right.
Okay, let me skip. So they go to a hotel or something after this. Look at this.
Completely around. Aren't you liking Benji?
Sexy about.
So they go on a date here.
So he's looking for a date.
This is really Benji trying to get on the air. I mean, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's just looking for any angle to get on the air.
Oh, Benji. Oh.
Here's to the very beautiful.
Right.
Look at the
Oh
artistic
my
CBS
God.
producers and directors with the piss-colored, with the golden shower screen they have here. That's very necessary for this, right?
smelling that.
Yeah, they've tinted it.
And the angels took the censer. And
Oh,
filled with
pause
fire
it
the
there.
altar,
Look at
cast
his
it in the air.
face. Look
Look at
at
that.
him.
Sorry, ladies.
Oh.
He's taken.
And what age was he here? In his early 20s or something? Mid?
No. I'll tell you exactly how old he is. Okay,
Oh.
let me do the math. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. 34.
Oh, God.
He was
Oh,
born in
my
19. He lies about his
God.
age.
Oh, Jesus.
He's 34 here.
He is revolting. I've never seen him look this bad. He's never
Like a
looked this
Quaker pedophile, like a every horrible guy who long hair doesn't look good on him, short hair doesn't look good on him. There's nothing you can do to polish this fucking Penn State turd.
I'm gonna have to turn off my mic because all I'm gonna be able to do is go, "Oh my God!"
Not only is
Oh.
his older sister was head of the creative coalition for Hillary Clinton, right? So a lot of that is how Robin Bronk, right? She's the CEO. So there's a lot of that's what kept him on the show. His dad was a nuclear physicist in South Carolina, which he never brings up. I have. They did a thing in the early days of Howard 100 News. They did a special on Benji, and they ferreted out his background. So Steve Langford was tenacious about it, and they found that his dad was a nuclear physicist in
Wow.
South Carolina.
I'd like to know more about that. Yeah.
You are so beautiful.
So David says the most egregious Howard racist moment was when George Takei told him he'd been in the internment camps, and Howard said, "Oh, you should have been. Your people needed to be sorted out." I mean, that's not something you
Brutal.
slip in as a joke. I think you mean it. I think you mean it.
I want to get a clip of that. David, do you know what? It's hard to, what year that was. It's so hard to find these kind of clips.
Because George is in the first thing Howard did when they moved to Sirius was have George Takei on, right? So he's coming out of the closet like even then, and the whole time, and you know this, all he spends George and Brad and the wrestling nude, and he just cannot get off. It's unbelievable how obsessed he is with their sex life. If you can't look through that, he cannot get off of it.
And he had him back on.
All the time. Same thing over and over again.
Come on, let's take a bath.
Oh, no, Benji.
All right. I just want to get
Clothes back on.
All right.
Don't be like.
The reason we all
See?
Howard haters is because we're collectively guilty of laughing at his racist Zionist women hater. Yep.
Don't throw that cheese. Don't ever throw a flower on the floor.
Oh, God, that hurts.
Oh, man. Make it look like we had sex.
No, they're not going to do that. We didn't have sex.
All right.
I want to know what hotel they used for this. It was the most bare minimum, like fucking Red Roof Inn, Comac Motor Lodge, Sable Motor Lodge. Chiasano isn't giving him shit for this.
They probably went to a hotel, got someone to hang around, and when someone walked out of their room, they said, "Can we give you $50 for us to come in for half an hour and film some footage?" And the person said, "All right, come in, film it, then get out." Yeah, the cheapness is. And tell me, in your view, as we see this hotel, does this look like a nice hotel for an American? Everyone in the chat, from what we've seen, is this a dive hotel? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know how you do. It has to be one of those. Like people don't. Speaking of Karl Malone, I remember during the NBA All-Star game was in New York, and he was so disgusted by the hotel they put him in. He checked it out and then went to his own hotel room because he said his feet hit the wall from the bed.
Oh, good Lord.
Malone is 6'9", so he said when he laid on the bed, his feet hit the wall. It was so small in New York. Everything is so like compact and shit. And he's from Louisiana, and he's in Utah, and big. Everything's big and open and shit. And he said he could not take the New York hotel. He checked himself out.
Land me one.
Wow, I just copped it there. What did he just say to me in that live chat?
Oh,
John?
this motherfucker. He
Did
asked me
just
about
have a
Radio
go
Gunk.
at-
I gave him this whole dissertation,
Yeah, there
and
we go.
he's like, it's got it like on copy and paste. He writes, "You're a pussy" or something. Was that
Yeah, look
enough
at
of a
that.
harangue? Did I talk about that for 10 minutes? You fucking weasel. Everyone's a pussy. Fuckboy,
What
look
a
at this guy. Now, guess what, fuckboy? No one gives a shit how many hats you got, bitch. Now he's complaining about hats. Good God, Sean Daly, you got us, man. I'm so ashamed. I'm going to end the show now from your
Close your
insult.
mouth, unface.
Elliot Offen.
How dare you? How dare you?
Bye.
Kiwi. He's making fun. They love doing a joke that I'm from New Zealand instead of Australia. It's fine. I love it.
Dehydration causes fatigue. God, sunflower in the water still, right?
She's still going. Yeah, she's still. If I need a typing sound, she's tap 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 tap.
So rest in peace, Crazy Alice. I think that's good enough, right? I mean, I have so much more in her I could play, but let's move on. That was a good composite of
No, that
what
was
she's all
lovely.
about.
Good work. Good
Yeah,
work.
thank you.
It's classic arm. It's classic arm. Because I've never seen that archival footage. That's
I don't think a lot of people have. No.
Yeah, that's great. I love it, and I'd like to go. I'd like to go in and find more about Benji's dad, nuclear physicist. That's fascinating to me. When you've got such dumb children whose parents are obviously very, very intelligent and hard workers, and you got a loser like Benji who really did look like Chum Lee in that. Wasn't that crazy?
Apparently, he did like a Van Wilder or Belushi from Animal House, or what's her name, Ashley Stern, and was in college for like 12 years, and he hung around Penn State afterwards and tried to do local radio. This is part of the Langford story. So this is Howard 100 News. Like Langford got like the real deal on him, and apparently he hung around the Penn State area and tried to do like local radio before he went to New York, and then sort of lied about his age, and then became like a 30-year-old. I'm trying to remember when the first year he was there. Okay, so he's born in like 67, 66, and he was an intern in 98 for the first year. So he was 30, 32. He came in the same year Casey did, like the same exact like time frame. And he is at least, he's probably 8 years older than Casey is. And you thought of them like, oh, they're the same age because but he was an intern at 30 something.
Detlef Bronk.
Detlef Shrimp.
That was the funniest thing he ever did, was say Detlef Bronk. That is classic. That was. It's one of the funniest moments I've seen on the show. Their reaction to him saying, "Look up Detlef Bronk," is absolutely classic. I'll give him that. He had an absolutely hilarious moment out of his whole
I despise
time.
Benji, but the best thing I thought he ever did, he went to this like Scream for Violence thing in Central Park. And he went on stage and started to scream and just scream like nonsensical things, and it just like destroyed the whole mood of their rally. And it was a really good like troll of it. I don't know if anyone caught that. It was like Scream for Violence, and it was in Central Park. I thought that was good. It was deliberately filmed for Howard TV or the E Show. I can't remember which, or maybe or both. It was right around.
Of his whole time on the show, we've come up with two things he did.
Really got it. Yeah, you really got to
search. Such a shithead. He's a shit.
I want to. So speak. Okay, do you want to hear David? So David Lee Roth. We talk about how I feel. The CBS lawsuit got levied because Howard's first order of business when he goes on Sirius is to bash David Lee Roth, who he's supposedly friends with. And you're taking over for him. Do your thing, leave. And he's going back, and he can't stop wishing ill on all these former people he used to work. He wants the thing that burned to the ground. No one's allowed to do radio but him. So I want to show you, he has David Lee Roth on the terrestrial show 2 months before he goes to Sirius. And this is really just an excuse for him to promote Sirius legally. So if he has David Lee Roth on taking over for him on terrestrial, he can then talk about him going to Sirius, and he can't get penalized for it because you're having David Lee Roth on to promote in your own backyard. So he has David Lee Roth on, and it's a really kind of awkward interview, and I'll skim through it. All right, David Lee Roth comes on. It's from November of 2005, and he comes on as a surprise guest. So here we go.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Thursday. What's going on?
The mystery guest right in. In fact, they're up front. They don't even want to wait. They just want to...
Wait.
Do we have to wear a mask?
No. I think it's just the person comes in and...
Wait. Can I set this up? Give me 2 seconds to set this up. Let me put my shades on in case it's a hot chick.
It indicates this person has some juice.
You're right, because he's not even going to wait.
They're tossing Gary around.
Yeah.
They're not waiting.
Yeah. It's like Stevie Wonder walked on in.
I don't wait.
But I don't have my glasses on yet. Gary says there's a person about to walk through the door who the fans have really wanted to hear for a long time.
Has done the show before.
And has done the show before, but hasn't been on in a really long time.
I have a guess.
All right, let's do some guesses real quick. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to guess?
I don't know. Should he?
Why not? Let me.
All right, go ahead and guess.
Bill Maher.
I was thinking.
Do you think I should go on Radio Gunk once a month? And
I was just about to say they're begging you. They're begging
it's
you
not
to
a bad
drop
idea.
in.
Like once a month to go on. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I don't want to act like I need attention. It's not a bad idea. I'll think about it if I can get my. I gotta tell you, I'm falling asleep at that time because of my meds a lot. So I'd have to either not take them or alter or just have some weird aberration of energy at that time. John Lorello. Welcome, sir. I had not seen you yet in the chat.
But I doubt it.
No, I don't think that would be big enough. Go ahead, Fred.
I have one of two guesses. Richard Simmons or Pat Cooper.
They used to do this all the time with surprise guests, and it would be, and it was fun. They will not do that. There's not a shot in hell they'll ever do that again.
Yeah.
See, these are big amongst this universe, but Bill Maher's a big star.
Pat Cooper, it's not because he would use him for the roast.
Okay.
I think it might be Richard Simmons.
Yeah, Pat Cooper's off the show at this point, so he's feuding with. He's one of his many feuds. So he's all that. They mentioned a bunch of people who are kind of estranged from the show.
I'm thinking Richard Simmons.
Bill Maher's a really good guest.
I don't think Gary'd be so intimidated by him that he has to rush him right in.
See, Maher's a bigger star now. Bossy. Yeah, well,
Welcome, Mark Everly, sir. Someone that's to chronicle the demise of Howard. Yeah, we're kind of doing that a little bit here. I think everything we do is a part of that, but like a full-blown, I think it was David that said like a history of Howard Stern. Maybe it was you, where you chronicle the demise. Like you could pretty much start it really. I would go what we played for Chauncey. I remember, with the when he blew off Gary's dad's funeral. I remember being on Stern Fan Network, and they hated him. That was the first time, villagers with pitchforks and torches towards Howard. I was a big Stern Fan Network contributor at that time, and they were banning people for bashing Beth anytime you said something negative about it. So Howard and Sabian had put the call out to Mutt and Stern Fan Network. If anything negative is said about this and blowing off Gary's dad's viewing, funeral, wake, or whatever, you are to ban them. And so I was banned, and half the fucking site was banned.
Been there. Then that must have been a great time on that chaos. I guess everybody was suddenly realizing that this is just garbage.
One of the best message boards in the history of message boards.
I'm just loving. I love you, Sarah, for writing this. Then why should arms suffer? She's calling back to what they were just saying a few minutes ago.
Talking about going on Dunk once a month.
I just Sarah.
Sarah's intimidating. You talk about Crazy Alice. Sarah might be the white version of intimidation of Crazy Alice, like where you're just afraid to F with her. You know what I mean? Sarah is. I don't have to remind you.
I'm going straight to my.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
Right? That's Sarah.
I need people to grow up. Don't be an asshole or I'll ban you.
Go ahead,
I don't buy that whatsoever.
Your drops are amazing. I gotta tell you, your drops are amazing. They're amazing. Fred should just put a 22 in his mouth and end it, because you have upstaged him in just a scant. And it's not like you do this every day. Like at
No.
my peak, I would love to do a Deppening and a Lotus in the same week. That's ultimately the plan.
Okay.
I,
That's good.
I know you're not as prone to sit in on the Deppening. I want some music commentary from you during this about David Lee Roth. I'm going to ask you music, and I think a lot
Okay.
of people. It's about just how underrated of a front man he is. How come he's thought of as a joke, but Mick Jagger is not a joke? Like, I think Van Halen was about, by the way, way bigger than the Rolling Stones were in the 80s. In my
Mhm.
circles, in my high school, my older friends and like my sister's boyfriend, my oldest, just you could not find anybody who didn't have every Van Halen album in their room. Eddie Van Halen was everybody's favorite guitarist. It was everybody's guitar hero. I'm not speaking for me. I'm talking about the other, and I have a immense respect for them, but I'm not going to say that I'm. So you didn't hear Keith Richards get brought up. You heard Eddie Van Halen get brought up all through. And David Lee Roth was as good a frontman in those years as anybody was, right? All that whole decade, who was better than him?
Yeah, he was sort of the
Backflips
iconic
and karate
iconic.
kicks, and
That's the problem. He was. I think the reason that he gets mocked is because he's probably bipolar, and
that's what makes him great, though.
he's out of, when you see him talking, it's kind of, he's just so animated and hyperactive that people just started mocking it, because you don't see.
Yes,
But
yes.
Steve Tyler's exactly the same. It's from Aerosmith. You see him and he's just ranting. I watched a documentary on the making of their album, the Pump album, and Steve Tyler's wow, out of the interviews, they're interviewing him, showing him in the recording studio, and he is going crazy. He's almost screaming when he's talking, when they're interviewing him about this. It's full on. I can see how they can be mocked, but yeah, Roth got beaten up because
and here's the thing: like David Lee Roth is considered a joke as a guest, and Steven Tyler's not. You wouldn't even know Aerosmith existed if Run DMC didn't resuscitate their fucking career in 1986 with Walk This Way. They would have died on a vine in the 80s. But David Lee Roth's a joke, but he's not. Like, why? Like you said, his brain, like David Lee Roth is sort of like he's almost, his brain's moving too fast, I guess, and we can't handle it or something.
It's full hyperactivity,
Yeah.
but people think about. I think they also make fun of him because they think he was fired from Van Halen.
Yeah.
They think it was a lot of that, like he had to leave, but he did quit. I'm pretty sure the first time he quit to go solo, but I guess they did, and because everyone knew that Van Halen, they all argued really badly, that they're like the Gallagher brothers, the Oasis brothers.
Good comparison.
And
really
they made him look like the underdog, like Eddie and his brother, and that were
or the Dilworth brothers, right, Brendan? Right, the Ferrante brothers. You're right.
But I can't stand watching Steven Tyler being interviewed or Roth interviewed. I just go, wow, just tone it down, man. It's like when Richard Simmons comes in. It's like, all right, talk normally for a little bit. That's how I feel. So I think that might be how it came across. But
the way I would defend David Lee Roth in that situation is when you're an entertainer and you have to bring it every night, you have to rev yourself up to that moment to try to, and I think in his mind, he thinks that pure energy and manic hyperactivity is the key to entertain. And sometimes it is, but sometimes it's just not digested well from people as a speaker. It works, touring. What would you say they toured like 120 days a year or something in the peak?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I think it doesn't translate, but he has all these like opinions and thoughts on things, and he's thinking on a plane. But we can't handle it, and it's not an insult. It's more of a backward compliment. But like he has this crazy ADHD, and it's just not digestible for mass audiences as a commentator.
Yeah, it's like Robin Williams for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
When he goes on shows, you just go, oh, you'd watch it and go, all right, all right, all right, all right. So I think, but nobody questions his awesomeness in Van Halen. Like they always say he was the best singer in the band. And look who we've got here. Hello.
Could you imagine David Lee Roth singing with David playing the piano? What a great combo that
Someday,
would be.
a chance to dream.
We got David in the house. How are you, buddy? You haven't been on for
Good.
a while.
Yeah, no, I got home
Welcome.
early, so I was like, I'll hop on and
what a pleasant
ruin the rest
surprise.
of the
You're
show.
so I'd say you're beloved. I would say you're in the the
that's
beloved
sweet.
stage. It's one of
Well, I love everyone in our dysfunctional family, as you say. Yeah.
Did you just say
All in the Family
Perchance
was
to
the
Dream?
greatest show. Wait, what did you say, Arm?
Did you just say Perchance to Dream?
Yes, I did.
Did you? Yeah, I wish we
Ron,
could
you
just
better grab
rewind
that.
it right there.
You better get
I
that.
could see a fun little boondoggle performance by the
Boondoggle.
You've won it. You've won our hearts with Boondoggle. I featured that on the last show, David.
Yeah,
Boondoggle, you're gonna win, you're gonna get a Deppy. I think a Deppy award, best word of
best
the year.
vocabulary word. Yeah, right.
I have this fantasy of him saying to some New York Neanderthal, like David visits New York and he uses boondoggle when he's buying like a token or something, and they're like, hey, buddy, get to the fucking. I got your boondoggle right here. And
they give me a wedgie, right? Yeah.
Gives you a wedgie.
They give me a swirly.
Perchance to Dream was the title of a Batman the Animated Series episode where the Mad Hatter was featured. Is there any tie-ins to that? What is that from? Because that's what I know it from.
I feel like it's a Shakespeare quote. Hang on, I'm looking it up.
You know it is. You know it. Come on. You know it is. You
I
don't have to
feel it's a Shakespeare quote. I love the way he said that. That's coming through as a drop in the future. Just talk, David. Just if we just let David talk for 5 minutes, I'll just be set. Go for it.
David hopefully is going to sit on the next Deppening, and yes, that's a given. He is an expert on Danny Elfman and his travails. We're gonna go crazy on Danny Elfman and all his allegations, because that's a very he's the Tim Burton music guy. That's gonna be fun.
Barbara DeRush just left a comment about the video you play of me talking nerdy about the music. I want to do one of those for Edward Scissorhands as like a primer, and then
that'd be great.
And then we can get into all the Elfman drama. Yeah.
I sent Sheila Whitkin, Bruce Whitkin's wife, Depp's best friend. I was talking about you talking about him on Sweeney Todd, and I don't know if she got back to me yet. Yeah, I will see if she gets back to me on it. I'd agree. I told you that was. Oh, Ida went to the Democratic Convention.
Oh,
fourth day. God, Ida, that's great. I would love to have gone on that. And Kamala was accepted the nominee. That's a crazy ticket. You guys must have hookups for that. I wanted Black Morticia Adams to go to that too. That would have been amazing. That's a great Ida. That's a great hookup. You deserve to go. You should have spoke. But for Christ's sake, that's phenomenal. What a great time that must have been.
Oh God, it's weird seeing my comments I left while driving my car home.
David talking to himself. David, talk to yourself here. I'll gladly do a David request show. Everyone put in a song request, and I'll go over them with. Oh, that's great arrangements.
I think that'd be fun. We could do. Yeah, I'm happy to. Whatever people leave, maybe Sarah can do like a community post, and people can leave the songs that they want.
That'd be awesome. I'm looking for. Where is it here? What do you think about the thing with the fucking AI and the Jamie Presley Artie DM?
Yes, I heard you talking about that. That's a great idea. I love that.
There's a black guy they use for this AI now. I don't know if you know, it's the same voice over and over again. He sounds like somebody that I know, and I can't place it, but they use this guy for every AI now. It's like just a very it sounds like a light-skinned black guy they use for it.
Okay.
I know people.
Yeah, you'll have to play me an example. Okay.
David, Elton John's funeral for a friend, says Barbara DeRush.
Okay.
There's no way now. So yeah, rest in peace. Once again, rest in peace, Crazy Alice. David, I would love to hear you play the theme for Blade. Now you're getting all these requests you're not going to be
Oh,
able
there
to
you
keep
go.
up with.
Yeah.
You did such
I
a
opened
good
the
job on
floodgates.
Joe Jackson stepping out for Chauncey.
Oh,
I'm
thanks.
going to have
Yeah.
to upload that on YouTube and just give it to him. I'm sure he could give that to his daughter. Would love that, right? Imagine he's got the young daughter in Ireland.
Yeah,
That would be a great gift. That's like a
I'd love to
gift.
do the whole song too, because I just did like a little excerpt, but it would be fun to cover the whole song.
Hey, nice phonetic pronunciation of excerpt. You actually hit the T at the end, which a lot of people don't do. A lot of people don't realize there's a T in excerpt.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
hit the T. Congratulations, man. That was
I don't know if you
awesome.
know this about me, but I actually have I have to enunciate because I have like a slight speech impediment where if I don't, it just all the vowels and consonants kind of allied together and it just sounds like garbled Midwestern, nonsense. So I have to work extra hard to enunciate.
You don't know how much I love enunciation because I am so against the mumbling and whisper acting we often see now on
The
drama
worst.
TV.
Yeah.
So I need enunciation. Like closed captions would love you because they're not
Yes.
struggling to figure out what you're saying.
Right.
You remember the time? Remember we were going over the Jump Street thing with Max Perlich when Depp and him are sitting at the high school lunch table, and I rewound it
and you
500 times, and you had to explain to me what he said. It's been bothering me for 30 years. He goes, and it was you're not listening, and you picked it up. I couldn't understand. Closed captions could even get that.
I mean, it's almost it's such a weird I'm sure they did multiple takes of him reading that line and that they picked that particular take where he's clear. Like, I don't know if he like burped when he's trying to say the L sound in listening and it just came up as like listening, it sounds like there's a, thing a lump in his throat or something, but
from Cleveland, by the way.
Yeah.
From Cleveland.
I know.
Let me, oh God, I just saw something for you. Oh, here it is. As we speak. Can't get it. So good. I want Joe Jackson himself to see that somehow. You don't hear from him anymore. I want to say to the Loser Club. Oh, was that Gay Rich in the bottom right?
I think it was. Yeah, I was watching.
That's 480 pixelization from 2000. Casey Armstrong was on the show, Loser Club. Casey started on the show in 97. So that clip is from 2000.
Wow.
And the CBS show ran from 99 to 2001. So Casey was very much on the show at that time. But that is a great reference to Gay Rich. Very underrated former staffer.
He looks like Will a little bit. Like Will looks like a heterosexual version of Gay Rich.
Yep.
Oh God.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. Yes, Gary, Mark McGrath, John the Stutterer was also a savant with music knowledge with Hank. That's a great reference, Sunflower. Great one. Thank you, Sky Spectre. Great find. Ida says this is terrific arm. Alice and Hank, classic. I listened all day. Yep, that's the best. I completely forgot about that too. Huge crush on Luis the Board Op, says some guy named David the violinist. Did you know what he looked like though until?
Well, no. I mean, eventually I saw the video where he was going after Gary. There was also he came in once to like quasi defend Sal's obsession with Howard. Like he was in for like 1 minute,
good one. Yes,
I think he was in there.
Good catch by you. We're gonna have to suss that one out. That's a good show too. When Howard's like, why? Sal goes, why can't we hang out? Why can't the weirdest thing was he wanted to, this is one of my takeaways from it. Like, he's supposed to be obsessed with Howard. Howard's anorexic and doesn't eat anything close. He wants to have pizza burgers with Howard, who couldn't be further away from what I mean, he hasn't had, when is the last time he's had pizza or a hamburger in any way, shape, or form? That is the last. How does Sal think that's an allure? I could see, like, not even turkey burgers. I would say like salmon and rice beans.
Roasted zucchini, right? Some super austere food choices, but
austere, guys. He just said austere. Perchance to austere. Holy shit. Austere. God damn it, Bond. Austere. I know you went to walk the dog.
Yeah. But I remember Sal in that segment being like, "Yeah, we'll have a couple of Coronas." Like, you're talking about Howard Stern. Like, Howard's not drinking beer.
And pizza burgers. I know. It was like he was hanging out with AJ Benza.
Yeah,
it's Howard.
My theory with that, I mean, part of it is like Sal is obviously performing for the air. Just he's playing into the obsessive stalker persona because he knows it gives him airtime. But also, I think he genuinely was that super fan to some extent, and he's confusing Howard with the kind of ne'er-do-wells that listen to his show. So Sal really wants to just be in like the company of guys that are like him, that do want to have, all the sort of people that would call in to call Mark Harris a fag, and
no doubt. You know what I hate the most? An austere ne'er-do-well that perchance is to dream.
Those are the worst kinds of ne'er-do-wells.
They're the
worst. But that was Sal always. I think the rudest awakening for anyone on that staff probably was Sal when he's trapped there for the rest of his life. He left what I assume was a much more lucrative stockbroker job to find out that his teenage hero on the radio is a big fraud and completely the opposite of what he thought he was.
The Boiler Room caller. There's a great movie. You ever see Boiler Room? Directed by Ben Younger, who has
I don't think I have.
Directed this guy. He directed a bunch of Snowfall episodes of my favorite shows.
Yeah,
from FX. I was talking about set in the 80s, the kind of the war on drugs and everything. Phenomenal show. He directs a ton of those. He directed Boiler Room, and it is a great take on the contemporary, stockbrokers cold calling people and stealing your retirement money from the poor Midwestern retired school teacher and shit. And Sal had a scandal with that. We could probably find the documentation on not today, not for today, but when we do that show.
Well, Sal would like, I feel like Jackie and Gary were doing insider trading stuff with Sal at some point.
Yeah,
weren't they?
John was, especially John.
John.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No doubt. You could see John like on the phone with him every day going, look for tips and shit. And it's one of some of the worst people on the face of the earth. These scumbag Boiler Room cold callers who just it is there's no different than just straight up stealing. Like, you just might as well wait outside the building and just stick a gun in someone's head and just take their credit card. It's the same thing. You don't care what happens to them. Midlife crisis on Trump. That's a good one, Tendrils. Do a midlife crisis. I will do that, Tendrils. I will. On Trump's rantings. That's a good one. True Babs. G. Canada says, my eloquent regulated blood pressure goes up just listening to her. What's your favorite G. Canada line, David?
Oh, testicular provenance.
Omar would say he wouldn't wait. He's
I'm not going to wait.
No, I'm sure bags, right? Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
I'm nervous. Why should I be nervous?
You shouldn't be nervous.
What's he, Cousin Brucey?
No.
Is it Richard Simmons?
No. Are we going to ask questions, that type of thing? No, just let me bring the person in.
All right.
You ready?
Oh, boy.
I want to say again, this is November of 2005. They have 1 month left at Terrestrial.
I hate this. I hate mystery.
Right. Yeah,
Let's see who it is.
Hello there.
This is David Lee Roth.
We never would have guessed that.
I want to say also too. So there's no E show anymore covering this. They
Oh,
dropped the E show
okay.
because they converted to Howard TV. Howard TV is not allowed to cover this. So if you go through the library of Howard TV, it stops somewhere. I'm sorry, E and Howard TV stopped somewhere in the summer of 05. They don't have another. So there's no video footage for a couple months until they go to terrestrial. And then they do the last
Interesting.
day and stuff, but there's no video footage of this time because the E show has been shut down.
But it's like, why not continue it?
I think his contract ran out and
Oh,
he
I
had
see.
already
Okay.
decided. I think he just started to work on Howard TV and they shut down. He was considered their late night show, right?
Right.
So you know who replaced him?
Talk soup. I don't know.
Well, that's a damn good guess, but it was Chelsea Handler.
Oh fuck! Really? It was on
Yeah.
that early?
So she came on. She had a couple iterations of that show, and she did very well too. I bet it destroyed him in
Yeah.
ratings and stuff. It had a big female audience, and yeah, that came around, and she was on at 11 for a half
Okay.
hour. And I'm trying to remember. You're right. Talk Soup was on there too. I think it followed it at 11:30. Talk Soup.
Okay,
How many
yeah.
hosts did they have? You had
Oh
Kinnear.
Jesus!
You
Yeah,
had that
you
guy
had,
John Henson,
the guy from Community whose name I always forget.
Hal Sparks.
Hal Sparks.
You
Didn't
had Aisha
oh,
Tyler.
Yep.
Oh, I love me some Aisha Tyler. What happened to her? She
Yeah.
used to be on the Talk and stuff.
Oh, that's
She was.
right.
Oh, I'm forgetting another one.
Hang on, I'm looking him up.
Joel McHale.
Joel McHale, right?
Joel
Yeah.
McHale, right? So there's like 6 different. And Greg Kinnear was. He eventually became. We talked. Remember Larry Sanders talked about how he had that scene with Tom Petty, and he goes.
Yes.
He goes, I can't believe this. He's like, 1 minute I'm sitting there at 2:00 in the morning interviewing Tempest Bledsoe, and now I'm nominated for Academy Award. And Tom Petty just goes, for what? Talk Soup? And they start pushing each other, and the fight had to be broken up because there's like there's too many. It was so good.
You can't tell me Dennis Miller didn't write that scene. You can't convince me.
He was never on Larry Sanders Miller. That's weird.
That's interesting. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah.
Gary Shandling was in his wedding party.
Jeez.
Dennis
I didn't
did
know that.
Howard's show in the late. There was a strike. There was an actor strike or a writer's strike in the 88 season of Saturday Night Live. And
Yeah.
Dennis came on when Howard was in LA and talked about his wedding. And Gary
Hmm.
Shandling was in the wedding party, which is bizarre.
That
Yeah,
is
it was-
bizarre.
It's an old interview from when they went to LA.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Oh, this is good.
Hello there.
The lead singer of Van Halen.
Maybe this is part of Infinity's
They're
announcement.
introducing this?
This is the way they're introducing. I knew something was going down on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, you said Gary's bringing in the mystery guest right at 7:30 when the announcement was supposed to
Oh,
be.
come on, the mystery guest. In America, we publicize our secrecy for months at a time, right?
I listened to his speech cadence and rhythms and brain,
Yeah.
like he's already just going. Blah, 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 blah.
How you doing, Dave?
Extraordinary.
Dave, I first started hearing the rumors that you would be replacing me, and some of them are.
Okay, let's stop.
So, like I said already, David. So Howard's
Yeah.
using this as an opportunity to huckster for Sirius, because if he has David
Right.
Lee Roth on, what are you going to talk about? You're replacing me, and where am I going? So this is a legal way to promote Sirius before he's
Also,
going on to make.
Was that comment from David Lee Roth where it's like, we publicize our secrets months in advance or whatever? Is that a dig at Howard with the whole thing and just like him finding ways
David
to
Lee
get
Roth.
around?
Yes, he does. He
Okay.
slips in. He speaks his own code and language, so you really got to tune in. He would be fun to transcript. His own David Lee Rothanese.
Right there. I'm not replacing you, Howard. Nobody will ever replace you. Nobody will ever fill your shoes.
Right.
And it's certainly not something that I would ever, promote to the public here. I think we have two very different kinds of approaches to showbiz.
Well, I like you very much. Dave's always been a good friend of the show.
Absolutely.
What a weird look at Sky Spectre. Goes, yes, they love the Gina Gershon reference here.
Gina
with,
Gershon, yeah.
Yeah, she goes, so Sky Spectre, yeah, Gina's super hot. Got a fantastic kitten private air shipped to her East Coast to West Coast. You did that, Sky? You was shipping kittens? Is that
Who are you,
right?
Beth Stern?
That's a write-off for Beth. That's I
Yeah,
expected that. Beth's
exactly.
going to use that to write.
This is my first stop. I understand the announcement is this morning, and I'm not doing a whole lot else until come Christmas time. So, you know, in terms.
So he starts his show January, I want to say 3rd.
Okay.
And Howard starts January 9th on Sirius.
Right.
So this is November, so he's got a couple months to work with. David Lee Roth does.
Of my shout out, this is pretty much my first and only stop here.
Now, on the one hand, I have to be honest and say, I'm hoping you fail in a way because that will drive more listeners over to satellite where I'm going.
That's one of the best parts of being friends.
That's right. And one.
Well, I mean, you can understand that. You didn't want Sammy Hagar to do well.
Yeah, oh, it's competition, guys. This is.
They reveal one of the things I'll get to this like later, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Howard blows up David Lee Roth. He reveals his salary on shit. It's on Sirius. No, it wasn't here. It was on Sirius. So it's revealed that David Lee Roth got $4 million to replace him a year. He was fired within a month and change, I think, or 2 months. He got paid out, I believe, for 4 years, and
oh my God.
had a gag order on him, so he wasn't allowed to talk about it. And then it got released. I don't know how many years. I want to say like 2010 or something, or 12.
Okay.
And so he got $4 million, and it was the kind of rumors or was that he was trying to sabotage his show. So he knew he wouldn't have the radio fortitude to hang with this, that he was trying to get fired because he knew they had to pay him out. So he was just gonna just be so scatological and difficult that he wanted to be fired.
Interesting.
It seemed like it. His, Howard's dream was to get fired and then get paid out. Like, he was always jealous of those guys like Opie and Anthony and David Lee Roth both had that. And he wanted that so bad.
Morning. This is American showbiz.
You didn't want Sammy to take over.
I didn't remember that.
You know what I'm saying? It's that kind of thing. But
I never once thought of Sam as competition, and I don't think you think of me as competition.
Well, in a sense, I don't, because I'm going to you're going to have a lot of people to compete with. I sense that once you come on to this station, that there'll be lots of other morning.
Howard's doing this thing where he's giving him like fake advice, but he really is so schadenfreude. He's trying to be like, he's trying to take the high road. Meanwhile, he's double dipping like a motherfucker. There's no way, who do you want to, like, if I was saying to Howard, all right, who do you want to replace you? You choose it. You choose the guy you choose your replacement. Let's see who you come up with, because you're going to tear him down too. You're going to shit on him. No one's allowed to do radio but you. We got it. Yeah. No one, like, then don't leave. But he goes there, so you're not allowed to replace him while he goes here at his volition. They made him Sirius officer. It's like, who do you want to replace you? Who is good enough for you? I want to hear it from him, and he never has an answer. We did a show on Gunk, by the way, where I was like, I had so many names. Like, who could replace? There was a rumor that Howard was leaving Sirius. This is like 10 years ago. This is like, Gunk's going on, we're 9 years in. It'll be 10 years in May of 2005. And we picked names of who would replace him, and it was coming up with like Chris Rock and Bill Maher and Jon Stewart and Alec Baldwin. Trump was a name I came up with. Yeah. And so you want to say to Howard, who do you find would be a suitable replacement?
Yeah, and the problem, like, I bet the reason he can never answer that question is because it somehow is giving credence to the idea that they're also a good radio performer, and Howard just wants to be the Highlander. He just wants to be the only person in America who can do radio.
Yep.
So he probably just doesn't want to give it up to anyone else that they could do his job. So he didn't want to get involved, even though he probably had, as you would say, like silent partner status, even at K-Rock by that time,
Yes.
To make
well
that decision.
Said, sir. Yes, Jose Villataro. Artie and Alice fight is a classic. Everyone's heard that.
So funny.
I could play it some other time. I just thought everyone's heard that. I didn't think anyone saw the Hank stuff as much. Yeah, I just went with the more obscure one because I just thought everyone knows the Artie fight with her. It's been beat to
Right.
death. Thank you, Ida. Buffalo Grove, Illinois is where that's AJ's sister, I guess.
Shows developed that will compete with you on terrestrial radio.
But they're all going to pretty much imitate you, and I think that in that sense, that's pretty much comedy based. It's pretty much in terms of the funny. Whereas what you are as a humorist, you don't do punchlines. You're not doing.
Like David Lee Roth, give him all the credit in the world. He comes in and says, "I'm not replacing you. Nobody can replace you. I'm doing my own thing. If I fail, I fail. I don't give a shit." He's already setting himself up. He wants to be fired like before it even starts. I just get that sense.
Doing written material, written jokes, and virtually all.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, W.
No, it's just like I work after my freshman year of college. I was back in Ohio for a summer, and I was working at Panera Bread for like 2 weeks, and I knew I was going to get this music job.
I love that place.
That I ended up getting. I did too. I hated working there, but like
I know it's a place you hate to work, but you like to go there.
Yeah. So I always joke that I gave my 2 weeks notice on day one because
I've done that.
I ended up leaving right away because I got hired to play piano for this music festival thing over the summer. But yeah, so I'm very familiar with the moves that David Lee Roth is employing here.
My friend Brendan, who's probably in the chat, we used to do this in high school all the time. We would get jobs with the intent to be fired, and so we would stock away just enough money to go to Manhattan and buy jerseys and stuff and go to the mall and quit or get fired or something. And we just call it, I forget what the term we use, but we all did that. You know, we did not want to miss our hangout time. So we'd have a job for like 2 weeks or a month, and then with the intent to get fired, and we would stock away money and use it for the rest of the whatever 3 months.
Absolutely.
All of everybody else from what I've seen in my travels around the country. This is what my 25th year of touring and so forth. I've done just about every morning show on the face of the earth, and they're all working off of script and material and so forth.
Howard and David Lee Roth are the same age, I might say, exactly the same age, born in 1954.
Where is David Lee Roth from originally?
California. That Van Halen, I didn't know that for long. Yeah, they're all from California. That's a California-based band, all of them. The Van Halen brothers and DLR, and I don't know if Sammy Hagar's from California.
Okay.
Michael Anthony is too. Yeah, right.
It's interesting that David Lee Roth says they're like, all these other shows doing scripted material, and meanwhile, wasn't one of Stuttering John's big reveals is that Howard would have like his opening, extemporaneous talking to the audience was actually scripted for him.
Dave doesn't know the show well enough to look behind the curtain. He thinks he does, but there's a level of fan that's like us, and then there's that sort of next level that's him, and they don't know the smoke and mirrors of it all and the weird shit.
Okay, I thought he was giving little
psychotic.
digs.
He's got a life, and I don't.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Brendan says, look at Brendan with his Mason Dixon line joke here. To be a nuclear physicist in South Carolina means you just completed 10th grade. What an asshole.
That's right.
That's so Brendan.
And the trick that you have is that it's just you.
I was surprised to hear, because in all seriousness, you, to me, Van Halen, with you in it, was one of the biggest bands.
It still is. The greatest hits just went platinum again this year.
And I said to myself, why would you want to do this?
Simple. Hey, I play the biggest.
What was the Kyle Lacerra Alpha wants to know what the closure was with the Elisa Jordana fucking assault in that car, that video and stuff. Was there any what's the?
I don't think I know about that. What?
She attacks she's like this gold digger grifter, and she latched on to some Turkish dude or something, Saudi Arabian money, like almost Prince MBS, and moved where all the trash rolls, Florida, and where all evil eventually resides in, Florida, and with this guy, and attacked him while he was driving, like literally threw closed-fisted punches at him. And then he stopped the car and dragged her out of the car, and cops picked her up, and he pressed charges, I believe. And I don't know what became of it after that. She is a hot mess. Does not even do it just. I don't know what to call her, but she's
a psychopath.
Life.
Yeah.
And, It's always what that line in the Bill Maher's book. Show me the prettiest girl in the world, and I'll show you 10 guys who's tired of her shit or tired of effing her.
Right. Yeah.
Show we ever played was maybe 325,000 people, and for one Van Halen show, how many people are listening to us this morning? How many millions? And in terms of the vision of what we're doing, I got a privilege that's just off the
I mean,
map.
ultimately, right? Her and Benji are the very pinnacle of attention whores. Like that's just they are.
Oh yeah.
The paradigm of what an attention whore is at all levels. Shuli as well, but really everybody on that show, like their dream. That whole staff, like 90% of that staff is they want to be Howard. They want to be on the air. They think they're going to be the next great host. Everybody on that show, whether it's Kaplan or they don't admit it. But when he was actually giving shows to his staff and on the early days of Sirius for the first 5 years of Sirius or whatever, they all thought that it was going to be some rocket ship to stardom. But what they don't realize is Howard will not have that. If you have any modicum of success, he will kill it. And they didn't know that. They were too stupid to see their own boss's ulterior moves. He can't handle anybody having any, like Back Office Radio was great and he couldn't take it. There's like 10 episodes and he killed it.
Well, and I'm sure people like Sal and Richard and Shuli were kicking themselves when podcasts started being relevant in like 2010 that they could not jump onto any of them. All the fucking comedy podcasts they would have died to be on, please.
And all the years that have gone by now since, like, so that shit all started, what would you say, like the podcast first kind of
like 2011, 12-ish, I'd say. Like,
yeah, I might even go a little earlier than that.
Maybe a little earlier. Yeah, that's
I remember
fair.
driving to Hofstra to do their basketball camp, and I was listening to Bill Simmons's podcast, and that was one of the earlier ones, like Mark Maron, Kevin Smith.
Kevin Pollak had one.
Yeah, there were about 10 guys, and then it started to grow and grow and grow. We first started doing it in 15. When I came up with the idea for Radio Gum, I didn't want to call it that. This is kind of what I wanted. Lotus Notes is what I wanted.
Right.
And it was probably Dog Shed, late Stern Fan Network. I would put threads out all the time that we should do it. And Monique was the only one that answered it eventually.
Okay.
And DM'd me, and then we did that, and then Grace jumped on and stuff, and that was the origin of it. But that was our first show was 15, but we wanted to do it like 2 years before that.
Right.
And we couldn't figure out what it was. Like, how do you do that? Like, what is this? And where do you upload it? And
it was it was still relatively new, but the people, a big community that jumped on it early is the comedy community.
Yes.
And so I'm sure all of those Stern underlings were just like, God, I another outlet to get attention, and
as much as you want.
As much as you want. And it doesn't come with your boss sort of, savaging you on the air, on top of that.
You're so spot on. No, you're so spot on. I think about that all the time. Your Sal's, your Richards, your Shuli's, even Gary. You don't think Gary wants to do a podcast on like music and shit, like pop music?
Well, the wrap-up show is that's where he, he's the, the wise one telling stories and reminiscing in front of the younger staff members. That's where he has
short. It's so short. He can't. You're so right that they are that whole show are a collective air whores. Benji, they all want that. And they're not, and Howard will not allow. They're not allowed. Not only are they not allowed to do their own show, they're not allowed to be guests on podcasts. That's how much buttoned down. That's how locked up that bullshit is. That's how much control he has over those acolytes and lemmings.
Yes,
they're not even allowed to be guests.
Yeah,
that's what drove Shuli off the show. He's such an attention whore that he couldn't take that, and he left. And good for him, I guess, in that sense. But he was on Artie's DirecTV show once, which was a complete aberration. And I don't know if he took shit for that. I don't know if someone can ask him that in his stupid. But you couldn't have made a better point. I think about that all the time.
Yeah,
those air whores are so livid that because now it's so saturated. They missed the opportunity.
Well, and they also bet on the wrong horse because they could be Tony Hinchcliffe, you know, like they could be with the Joe Rogan camp and that, you know, be unfunny comedians like the ones that surround Joe Rogan. And because Rogan has such pull, you know, that's the real horse they should have bet on, not Howard Stern, you know.
Sal and Richard could be Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura.
Right. Absolutely.
And yeah, I could not agree. That's such a great point by you. Even on Gunk, I said it a bunch of times that the staff is not allowed to, they're not allowed to be guests on people's show. You
Right.
can have the biggest, like Joe Rogan could come after, hey, God, you know, oh God, let's have Fred Norris on. I used to be a fan of Howard, and he's not allowed to do it. I don't even think Robin is.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, and at this point, it's like, who knows? Like the last Stern adjacent, like I know Artie was on Joe Rogan maybe what 5 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But I don't think anyone, and I've seen Rogan talk about Howard on his podcast, you know, where he's like, he's critical of Howard for giving out the advice that, well, don't do podcasts because you should be doing terrestrial radio. And Joe Rogan is right about that. It's ridiculous to think that you would jump into, you know, a museum piece like terrestrial radio when podcasts are clearly the more successful medium now, you know?
Well, also too, like he talks about what Howard's really the podcasting in him. He's so bitter that seemingly it reduces what his craft is, which we realize is nothing. Like, oh God,
that's true.
Anyone can do this. That's what bothers him, that it just waters down what he does. That, there's really not much to it. And like, say, like us, he has 70 employees and it's just us. And what we're doing now, it doesn't take much. And this is not a compliment to myself, but this is far more entertaining than what he's doing now. And we have
absolutely.
3 people at most, well, including Sarah, would be 4 at most in any given week. And I'm doing the job of 20 people just by getting material and going through the archives.
Yeah. Yeah. Howard's not even getting his own material, you know?
Right. And it just makes what he does look not very impressive or irrelevant, or it makes it look more overpaid than he already is, because it's not a big deal. And it's these shows, his show is whatever he wants it to be. It's not like he's a sports host or a political host, and he has to talk about that or he gets fired. If I'm a sports host, right, and I come on and I spend the first half hour of my show talking about chess, or talking about finger painting, you know how fired those guys were? They have a very specific, they cannot deviate from that. It's harder to do that because you have to stay within the parameters of sports, or they get fired. He can do whatever, his show is whatever he wants it to be. So when it sucks, it is all on him. He has no restrictions. There's nothing he can't do. He has no rules. And so for his show to be bad is even more inexcusable than anyone else, because there's nothing stopping him. It's whatever he wants it to be. And why it's so bad is because the show is for him. It is not for the audience. And it's always been just for him.
Right. I mean, when he had ratings to get, like, he would do the, you know, I always loved Benjamin's thing of like, the Stern Show is straight for pay, like it's heterosexual for pay. And when Howard TV goes away, that's when like the girls getting naked goes away, and now it's the men getting naked, you know, because that's what Howard wants, because there's not a dime to be made on heterosexuality anymore, you know.
Well, I hate men, as you know, but also too, he was banking on the fact, like back then when there was no porn, that horny deviants would tune in to watch the E-Shed or something, like you needed that to jerk off to, or something, that he thought that the lowest among us were tuning in to watch Jenna Jameson or Amy Lynn or whatever skank came on, or strippers. It's my least favorite part of the show was that.
Yeah. The Hitler Youth Parade that was the women on the Howard Stern Show, like all the fucking toe-headed blonde bimbettes that paraded through that show. But I think that the other thing too is that he's just talking about stuff that he's paying money for. So if he's paying for art supplies, he's going to talk about it to reimburse himself with the airtime.
Right.
So
double dipping on his own.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is
on
what
his
we're talking
own
about. Though, but
indulgences.
this, David, is what we're talking about here. This is what could you imagine having a job where you got paid? Now, this is at the time he was getting almost like, I think it was like 37 million at the last days of terrestrial.
Mhm.
To talk about, to promote yourself while you're getting paid $37 million, where their whole show is you're running an infomercial for something else. Maybe you're promoting a book, or maybe you're promoting private parts, and you're getting paid to promote yourself.
It's
That's
so
the
weird, you're
double and
right.
triple dip nature of what a huckster does.
Right. That's so true. I never thought about it that way. That's very, very accurate.
And he has the boom was never lowered on him until here, with the promotion of Sirius in the last days of terrestrial going to see. They were like, no, you're not using our air for an infomercial. Why do we want to destroy our own radio station? Okay, goodbye. Take the money and go. We've got to move on. We got to do something here to replace you. So we're not going to facilitate you promoting where you're going to kill our own radio stations. But he thought they should willingly do it.
Yeah, it probably, it's one of those things where, like, again, that's probably why he didn't want to be involved in picking a replacement, because he wants it to die after him. He doesn't want to see that maybe like you said, anybody can do this job, or that someone does it better than him. You know, like I always think of
fear.
Well, and I always think of Artie and Gary getting the offer to replace Howard after he left. You know, Artie mentioned that, like, he brought that up at some point, that
in Philadelphia, and then it might have gotten syndicated after. Yeah, that was they brought that up during the last days of terrestrial, and it was like almost like a confession. One of the revelations that the two of them were offered, and I could almost see that working for a while. But Artie kind of flames out. He starts strong, and then he flames out.
Well, and he's not a good centerpiece of a show. Like, he's he's good for the color commentary. He's hilarious, but I never thought he was a particularly talented stand-up, but I think he's hilarious on the show. He's the funniest, you know.
I don't think he wants to do the non-spectacular, the non-glamorous heavy lifting of a radio show. I don't think he wants to deal with that. I think he wants to just be funny. I think he just wants to crack wise, and, you know, he could score a lot more, like, you know, being the sidekick or the third mic, he could score a lot more with a witty one-liner or a story, because he was not, you would appreciate it more, but you don't want to be oversaturated. It's weird. It's a weird balance to know when to get off the stage, or know when to.
Right. And one of the reasons that I think the wrap-up show was better than the Stern show in the early days was because it was before Gary was super full of himself. And he was actually, even though he was technically the host of the wrap-up show with Hein, he really took a moderator role. And so it was like, you know, it wasn't necessarily all about John, Hein, or Gary. It was sort of like just moderating a discussion. So there's just complete equality between the personalities in the room, and you're just enjoying listening to a conversation. It's not about when is it going to get back to the host of the show, you know?
I don't know if you felt the same way. And I think a lot of people in chat, by the way, thank you, Benjamin. You're the best as well. We love the Lotus Notes videos. Yeah. Thank you for that compliment. Did I forget anybody who donated to us? Cause I hate that I would. If you see it on the bottom, let me know. Cause I sometimes I just get wrapped up in a conversation. It's hard to multitask, and I apologize. I want to read everything.
Fuji
Brendan, thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Bon. Thank you, Brendan. I didn't know. Thank you, Bon. How long have you been there? Eavesdropping on us.
just a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I just had a shitty experience. It's pissing with rain. I had to take my dog outside.
Oh,
so
that's okay.
She was all wet, and I was standing there.
Oh God.
Wee-wees.
That gives me an opportunity, as you say that. Thank you, guys, for the comedy show. I want to plug again. Eventually, we're going to be doing roasts for the people they never did at Sirius. Howard, Robin, Fred, Benji, right? That'll be good. Marcy Turk.
Yeah.
And we'll think of a few other. Anyone who wants to record themselves doing a roast, could be as low as 60 seconds or as high as 5 minutes. put it together, whatever you want to do. I don't care what the bit is. If it's just a straight up sort of Don Rickles, Nick DiPaolo, Greg Giraldo type of Jeff Ross type of roast, that's fine. You want to do some other thing, that's fine. You want to do a song parody, send it to the Deppening at gmail.com or the Deppening arm at gmail.com or 17 Squabble Lane at gmail.com with 2 B's and 3 B's. 2 different emails, whichever you prefer. And we will take those and gather them for when we do it, because we can't do it until you send a submission. So I am begging you, please send a submission. If you don't want to do it, if you want to do material and I will perform it for you. If you just want to write it and not perform it, I will perform it for you. If you want to just write a monologue.
I hope someone makes a Taylor Hicks joke like Colin Quinn did.
I know what you're talking about. He goes, go. Let me see. It goes like this. It goes, hey, Howard, glad you finally broke free here at Sirius. So we can analyze Taylor Hicks singing Living for the Silly, you faggot. So that's Colin saying that the reason you had to leave terrestrial is so you could talk about, American Idol.
Your gay
and Dancing with the
proclivities.
Stars.
Right.
It's such a great line. Taylor Hicks singing Living for the Silly, you faggot. That weird stilted delivery he has.
Right.
He's
yeah.
an awkward Weekend Update choice, wasn't he?
Oh,
bizarre.
yeah.
I love Colin Quinn, but what a bizarre choice for Weekend Update he was.
Yeah, he was.
You know they offered Craig Kilborn that, and he turned it down.
Was he doing his Late Show by then?
He did the Daily Show before Jon Stewart.
Oh,
right.
Right. Okay.
Jon Stewart took over for him, and then he got the Late Night Show, but he was offered the Weekend Update spot because he was so smooth
I didn't know
at that.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to love him on the Daily Show. He was so goofy, like he would dance and shit. He just wasn't that political. I don't think he gave a shit.
Yeah, it wasn't as self-serious as it is now.
He filled in for Artie twice on the DirecTV show out of nowhere. I couldn't believe it. I called in too. Yeah, I had a pretty extensive talk with him. It was great. He's great. A weird dude. He's a weird cat. He really is a weird cat. Yeah. In a good way, kind of like he's almost like a cross between like Dennis Miller and Bill Murray. I think he's inspired by both of that. Come back, arm. X is too annoying. Xavier McDaniel. I just found it. Okay, back to David Lee Roth.
They've allowed me total control of the content, total control of any music I play, any guests I have. In New York City in 2006, that's off the map. That's incomparable.
Dave, do you have enough money that you don't need to do this?
Exactly. You think I'd be getting up at 4 in.the morning for money? The rumor this much?
but the rumor, but seriously, the rumor
I would love to know how much money David Lee Roth had or has at that point. Right. I cannot, and Bond will sign off on this. I cannot tell you how big Van Halen was in the 80s. I don't know what the touring money was, but even with a scale where you would do in relative to today, he's got to be huge, crazy rolling in it. He had a solo album. Remember he had a solo right after what was it called? Eat 'em and Smile or something. And I think even that did well.
Heard is you're getting $4 million a year to do the morning show.
Oh, the money that I make here is nothing compared to what I make out on the road. This is something that I've been dreaming of doing since we're the same age. When did you discover FM underground radio? I discovered it when I was about 12 years old, 1966 or 67. Right. And that's what, see how I'm talking now? Yeah. We used to imitate the guys talking like this and go, it's coming out in stereo.
Look at Sarah cracking the whip down here. Not everything is shared here, folks. It's probably not going to happen. She's like the ultimate. She's like the Tracy Jacobs to my fake Depp, right? I mean,
she is the best agent you're ever going to have. Yeah,
tenacious and feisty and intimidating. She would be an amazing agent, right? God damn it, or like a personal.
She wouldn't take any guff.
Yeah. I know, she'd be amazing.
Who would have thought back in 1980 when I was starting out in Detroit?
Right.
I never would have thought. Because I shared a floor. I mean, David did.
Speaking of Ida Greenbacks, Detroit is where Howard supposedly stole all his Steve Dolls material from. So I don't know if people know, I know G. Canner doesn't follow geography at all. I know he knows nothing about like North geography, like that borders Canada.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what happens to the G. Canners of the world who know nothing about that. Detroit is very close to Chicago, and Milwaukee is very close. So if you reside in Detroit back then, you got radio stations from Chicago, and you could steal material because they wouldn't know if you were in another city that you were stealing from Steve Dahl.
Right. That's interesting.
And Charles Laquidera. So Howard would say, oh, maybe I'll steal Steve Dahl's rhythms and moves and material and shit. Like that fake agent bit was Steve Dahl's thing. And that was probably funny back then. Let me take this to New York where no one's going to know who the fuck Steve Dahl is. And I'll
That's
get
pretty
rich
cool.
off of it.
If I bet you what's Amy Schumer would have loved to have been around then. Got it.
That
Zing,
plagiarism
zing.
stuff, if anyone's caught that, I don't know if we could do that here maybe sometime. It is so egregious. It is so blatant. Some dude, a couple dudes, did a compilation of her plagiarism, the side by side. It is the worst plagiarism I've ever seen in show business history. It is verbatim lifts. It is crazy. She maintained any fame after that she was not drummed out of the business. But most people know she did it. But she's, getting movie offers and shit and TV after that. Isn't that crazy? What a horrible business.
Insane. The craziest one I ever saw of hers was she ripped off an Ellen DeGeneres bit on Ellen's show. Like she was.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Like it was an eating popcorn bit that Ellen did in her like 2000 special HBO special. And it's the same setup, same premise of like, anyway, I'm sure it's in that compilation, but she does it in front of Ellen, and I'm sure Ellen was just like, that's my bit. Like, did you not,
She had the look, right? Ellen gave her the look, and
I think so, yeah.
Ellen is another weird one too. So she had that thing where she's like the nastiest boss, like, I'm trying to do the nice guy thing, and that was a huge thing. And now enough time has gone by where she's pretending that didn't happen. I saw her in a commercial the other day trying to do the night. I thought it is the stories that have come out of that show, how horrible she is, was insane. And it is, I don't know.
Well, and it's the same with James Corden or Fallon too. I mean, there's tons of accusations about a toxic work environment at those shows.
Jimmy Fallon's got a double thing. Jimmy Fallon was involved in trafficking underage girls on Saturday Night Live with Horatio Sands. There's a whole. You need to check that out. There's a Rolling Stone article on it.
Never heard of that. I am going to check that out. I'm going to read that later.
This is the early 2000s when he first few years he was on set. He came in with Horatio Sands, and this is like the internet, like kind of the earlier days of the internet. And they had a fan club page, and they were recruiting girls off the internet to take them to the Saturday Night Live after party. Yeah. And they were like 15 and 16, and one of the girls had a fucking tryst with Horatio Sands, and she was
like 17 or something.
Yeah, no, younger than that. 16. God. And chronicles the whole thing, and you don't hear shit from Horatio Sands. He's been pushed out of the business. But Fallon, like in an era where there shouldn't even be late night shows, like you talk about up Lorne Michaels' ass. You talk about it is so crazy.
That's crazy, John.
Yeah,
I'm glad you brought this up. Wow.
I can't. I have such a weird that you actually can pull up an article and put that on that. Like it still feels like magic to me. That
I appreciate that, but David knows what I'm just typing Jimmy Fallon. In Google, but I love it that you appreciate it, of course. But look at Jimmy, what a
just skim through it, Just skim through it.
Yeah, I'll go. Let's go down.
People need to see this. People need to know this. I don't know why I'm the only one that knows this.
Do you want to read, David? You haven't read
for
a while.
I'll read.
Everyone loves the dulcet tones.
Yes. My enunciating tones. A woman who filed a sexual assault lawsuit against former Saturday Night Live star Horatio Sands has accused Jimmy Fallon of enabling the alleged abuse.
100%.
Yeah. The woman, identified by the pseudonym Jane Doe, has alleged Sands sexually assaulted her at an SNL after party in 2002 when she was 17. Now she's seeking to add Fallon as a defendant for allegedly enabling Sands' misconduct, Variety reports. In her complaint, Jane describes regularly attending SNL after parties and being served alcohol, even though it was common knowledge that she was underage. She alleges she was groomed by Sands online beginning when she was 16, after launching an SNL fan website. At age 17, Jane claims she was invited to an after party in May 2002 where sex workers, allegedly hired by Tracy Morgan and or NBC, were present. At one point, when Sands had his arm around Jane, Fallon hugged the two of them saying, "Aw, you guys," the complaint says. I gotta work on my Jimmy Fallon impression. Oh, you guys.
Oh my god. Oh
It's
my god.
great.
Oh my god.
It's
Oh,
great.
yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Paris Hilton, I love you.
That's right. That's what I was channel surfing one night and he had Paris Hilton on and he was there's no limits to his ass kissing and he goes, "Oh my god, Paris, you're the best. You're the best. Oh my god, I can't believe I love you. I love you. You're so good. You're the best. You're the best." Paris Hilton said this thing. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Oh, he's controlling it. That's right. You're not. This isn't interesting.
Sorry. Gosh.
Oh, you're good.
Danny Newbeck. Brendan, that's ridiculous.
That's funny.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There we go. Later that night, Jane alleges Sands sexually assaulted her, quote, in full view of party onlookers. Most of the SNL cast were present for the party, she claims, and she alleges Fallon was as aware of Sands' online grooming efforts as he was of his in-person conduct. Jane also describes drinking alcohol with Fallon, who she says remarked that she had a few years before you graduate high school. Oh, God. That's like Howard calling JD like young JD or something, just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Jane is also seeking to add Morgan and SNL creator Lorne Michaels as defendants to the lawsuit, claiming all three men enabled Sands' crimes. It was, quote, well known among the SNL crowd, including Michaels, that teenage girls were regularly invited to the after parties and served alcohol, she claims. Sands has denied the allegations, and his attorney has claimed that, quote, before filing the lawsuit anonymously, the accuser demanded $7.5 million in exchange for her silence. So there you go.
I think that here's the deal. I think that she should be rewarded. Take Jimmy Fallon's show from him and host it instead of him.
Yes, right.
I believe every word of that. I believe every Me Too.
I do too.
I believe 90% of it. That sounds exactly like what happened. I'm as repulsed that at the party nobody says, "What is a fucking 15, 16-year-old doing here?"
Yeah.
They're just walking around, hanging out. No one is repulsed by this. All the feminazis on that show. Tina Fey, of
Molly
all people,
Shannon,
doesn't go, "What are you doing with this 16-year-old?
Right.
What are we doing?"
Yeah,
right? They're
sitting.
all culpable. They're all culpable. Fuck them. Roll a couple grenades in that after party.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. Do I believe a show that it's a punchline that the writers were doing cocaine in the 80s would invite teenage girls up to an after party? Yes, I believe that.
Yes.
I believe that
Yes.
that debaucherous fucking show would indulge in that kind of thing.
Especially with Lorne Michaels, who is just... by the way, does anyone know the story? I know you both... I know you're huge sports fans, both you. The coach of... NBA coach and college coach, probably is a much better college coach, Rick Pitino, who's the coach of Louisville, is a huge scandal where he was recruiting prostitutes to recruit players because, college basketball is a joke because it's the same 10 teams get all the best recruits and then they're winning by 70 against Appalachian State. They don't have a draft. They don't have a salary cap. It's a joke. College sports is stupid because you can just load up Alabama and Georgia with anybody you want and there's no regulating the talent. And then they beat, Bowling Green by 75-3. College sports is fucking stupid. And so they recruit. You can recruit whoever you want. And it's a game and it's a wicked game, to quote Chris Isaac. And
wicked
Rick Pitino was having his assistants bring in prostitutes to recruits for high school kids. So 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and they got caught. And somehow Pitino is still walking around like it never happened. And that's what Lorne Michaels just did. He just pulled the. I didn't even see that initially. There's a bigger article in Rolling Stone about that, which goes on, and they have a lot more information on it. Rolling Stone had a huge piece on that.
Yeah, and I wonder if Lorne Michaels like is personal friends with Jan Wenner or something, and it just just blew over it or something.
Jan Wenner's turned on everybody, right? Depp. Thompson died, and then he turned on Perchance to Dream, Boondoggle. Enough, says Melvin.
Yes.
You got to go back and listen, Bond. David's vocabulary is. Well, thank you, Sunflower. David is so good to hear. I agree. He's such a great light and presence. What a great facilitator.
Just a quick thing on. Just a quick thing on the people. If people are going to email in them doing stand up, I'm going to add in laughter like this.
That's so good.
So it will. I'll if you. What's the word? I'll back you up on your jokes. I'll give you that.
Why does the Big Bang Theory get to do that and we can't? Right?
Exactly. That deserved a laugh.
Absolutely. Perchance to Dream 2 is a Corey Feldman, Corey Haim movie. I think. Yeah.
That's where I got it.
A laugh.
Sarah has Corey Feldman's book. It's called Choreography.
I love it.
It's like Seinfeld's book being called Sign Language, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like,
I get it.
Yes, the AI guy sounds like a little bit like a Morgan Freeman light. Yes, PCB. Yes, he does. He knows what I'm talking about. Here's David Lee Roth. So anyone, maybe I don't know if we could do a show on this. I don't know how we would make it into a Stern thing, but I mean, Fallon's a regular. He's a Howard, suck up and Hampton's buddy. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind just going through the Rolling Stone piece.
I also think a Howard SNL show would be interesting. Like Howard's weird,
definitely.
Jealousy of SNL, his weird fascination with SNL would be interesting to cover.
Well, he did nothing but piss on it for years and years and years.
Right.
And now he acts like he's some historian. He actually knows nothing about it, but so he's getting fed stuff from the staff of 70 that and he knows nothing about it. And Saturday Night Live is bad more than it's good, and it probably should have been canceled a million times. And Lorne Michaels has this weird hold over the network. I mean, you're competing against nothing, right? What's on at 11:30 on Saturday night?
Exactly.
Against nothing.
And Howard, I'm sure, sees it as just like another cool kids table in his life that he's not invited to, so he gets fixated on stuff like that. So
it shouldn't even be live. They should maybe have the monologue live, maybe have Weekend Update live, and then do like pre-tape. Every time they do those digital sketches, they're way better than the live sketches they do. I would just have the monologue live. I would have Weekend Update live, and everything else would be pre-taped.
Like Mad TV was so much better than SNL because it was pre-taped mostly, or that if they did it in front of a live audience, they would make edits and treat it like a sitcom where they're going to cut it together better, so there's not like dead air and all that stuff.
Tamara knows what I'm talking about. Yep, I hear that guy on Instagram all the time. Reels, and he thought it was real. I thought it was real too. I thought it was real for about a month. I'm like, oh, that's the same guy, and he sounds like. It wasn't Morgan Freeman. It's somebody else. And I can't get it just said. It'll come to me at some point. Not this time, but to just have a big thing for David, says Barbara Drush. I have a big thing. We all do. Yes. Anything from King Norris. You're right, Benjamin. You're right.
Don't talk down to me.
Don't talk down to me.
Oh, yeah.
Looking in a room.
And David, you weren't even on his.
David was surrounded by women
and in New York City.
Okay, Howard tries to out David Lee Roth, by the way, here, and then he does it again. The next time we do this, when he goes to Sirius. So he basically gay shames David Lee Roth, because you don't know anything about him. He's very mysterious. He's never with a woman. He's not married. You're like, what is this guy's deal? He's very fiercely private about that.
Right.
And so Howard's trying to out him. And I think that pissed them off too. And I think that facilitated the lawsuit, in addition to just every day bashing on his air, which he could do anything, and he needs to piss on David Lee Roth.
Right.
Punch down. which is his favorite thing in the world to do. Schadenfreude, punching down.
That's all he knows.
Where are the best of the very best? You with the gorgeous blonde heading for the Hamptons. Where did you find this? Not in Omaha.
Right. I'm just thinking 1980. I looked in that room and I said, man, if I could be David Lee Roth, it is shocking to me and a compliment in a sense that you would want to take over here what it is that, I think.
Yeah, G Canada. I'm so glad I don't have to compete with women against guys like David for women. I would never get laid again. That's not the way.
Who says you don't, G Canada? Who says you're not competing?
I think what you've created over the years, and I remember the very first time that I heard what you guys were doing was in a taxi downtown around 23rd, and there was a fellow Pakistani driver, and I'll never forget his voice. You were talking, and I think it was lesbian dial-a-date, and you were throwing somebody in the locker or whatever, and I said, wow, who is this? And he went, this is Helen. Right. Like it was a national anthem. And you have created an opportunity in radio that hasn't really been around since, they started really breaking the rules and playing black music in the 50s or whatever. There's opportunities here with whether it's live music or whether it's the guest, the interaction. And I think possibly we're the only guys who bridge the gap between liberal left-wing New York. I support every possible free speech right amendment constitution possible, and every stock car racing fan.
They have been hiding you away. How have you
Where
stayed,
have you been?
How have you stayed away from the press during all this speculation?
Now, this is a good question. Yeah. About 2 years ago, I moved way downtown, Lower East Side. I decided to go back to school. And my father had just passed away, and it was in the family to be part of the emergency medical sphere.
Right, yeah.
And by the way, you didn't get along well with your father, did you?
No, not at all. No. He was a hard guy. He was a doctor. Oh, you bet.
You did.
And he was a doctor.
You see, they're complimenting David's vocabulary here. G Canada says austere, ne'er-do-well. You got to go back. He dropped a good 5.
Who worked in the prison system in California, worked in Folsom and San Quentin.
Do you think that's why you want to be an
Depp's immersive experiment? Yeah, he's talking about this. Depp's got an expo coming to New York, and it is a cash grab. By the way, right, you ain't doing this on your own dime. Who's paying for this, David?
Oh, the Saudis.
Yes. Prince MBS, absolutely on his dime. This is everything except good films, right? I couldn't,
right?
I kind of want to know some of the older, like stuff from his childhood and stuff, but ultimately that art is, I cannot tell you how much I followed this guy. If you told me in 1994, in the Ed Wood years, that he would be doing this, it is the utter, like if you're trying to hide, if you're trying to move on, this is the opposite of doing that.
Right.
You've seen those. I mean, you talk about douche chills and cringe. Those Dior commercials. That is the death of his career. That is, if Hunter S. Thompson had to see Depp in a Dior commercial when he's watching, the Chiefs and the Eagles, the guy would have shot himself before he killed himself.
Right. He would have died another way. Right.
He would have died another way. This is, I can't believe when these Dior commercials, they come on, I go, what, am I dreaming this? It is the cliche parody of himself. Like that is another level.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get on. This isn't the, I'll do that for the Deppening next time.
They all do it though.
Thanks, Brendan. No, this is especially bad, and they're doing it in
Roger
Japan.
Federer did it. Yeah. Oh, Japan. Oh God, we should play some of those videos.
Roger Federer
of
wasn't
what they
in Ed
do
Wood.
in Japan. No. No,
Roger
I meant the advertisements, John.
That's what I'm saying. The Dior commercials are the most perfume. It's cologne. It is the opposite of art. It is the opposite of artistic integrity.
Exactly. Federer did a Rolex one, and I was like, "Are you kidding, Matt? Do you need more money? Do you really need
Depp
more
did need money? Depp did. That's a cash grab.
Oh well, that's all right then. But Federer was like, "What are you doing a commercial?" But those Japanese, we should get a collection of those Japanese commercials. They all flew over there to do in the 80s and the 90s and. Nicolas Cage and all that, they're shockingly
Yeah,
embarrassing.
DiCaprio did. I know, but still, it is. If you're like Depp, you have the pick of the litter of any advertisement you want, any product on the face of the earth. That's what you go with.
Yeah.
You could have something that's helpful to people. Do a commercial for like medical equipment or something. Perfect. Cologne?
It shows you that they gave him the biggest pay.
Yeah, they gave him the most
had 50 offers. Yeah, that's sad. It is.
It is strange that he wouldn't do advertisements for something that he wasn't into. Like he should be Joe Camel or something.
Yeah,
like he should.
It was a cigarette commercial, right? The guy's a walking brown cigarette. Do a cigarette commercial.
Honestly.
A guitar commercial
Alcohol.
would be
No,
great.
alcohol.
Like
That's
Fender or something.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Do a Jack Daniels commercial. I mean, there's
That'd
so
be
many
great.
great liquors. A beer. I cannot believe. I hate everyone in his immediate. I would burn it to the ground, like the Republican Party right now. Yeah. Burn it to the ground, and I would replace everybody, his agent, his security, everybody, his relatives, everybody. They're all gone. And I'm taking
from
a job.
his family. Right,
yes.
right.
Emergency medical technician?
Certainly. Oh, you bet. And I was a surgical tech for 2 years out of high school back in the early 70s. So it's
like David Lee Roth. Look at this. The guy, rock star icon, he decides to be an EMT. Could you imagine Howard even calling Howard wouldn't even call the EMT to do something for someone if he saw someone dying on the street. He wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Could you imagine Howard even calling the police or only for himself, besides himself? Like, this guy's an EMT. Like, that's, no one has to do that.
He's a selfless thing, yeah.
And on Long Island, they don't even they're volunteer firemen and EMTs. When my father was dying, he had an episode, and we called an EMT, and a woman came. It was a broad from around the corner, and she was on call and saved his life.
Wow.
She lived in the same town, got there on call because the technology had advanced. She got there and saved his life.
Yeah. Howard always claims like.
My point is, it's volunteer. It was, and she's volunteer. She's not getting paid for it.
Right. And
I'm sorry,
also,
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. Howard claims he doesn't know his way around New York City, despite having lived there for 70 years.
Right. And he's an EMT, which is the very definition of knowing your way around New York City.
Of knowing every shortcut in town.
Yes.
Right.
Kind of a comeback around, and I kind of joined the Blue Army a little bit.
Was it really for real, the job? I mean, did you go out on calls? And
I still do. I routinely, throughout the summer, I would go twice a week. I do 2 shifts a week. And now, because I'm doing this came up in, I think, March, I go once a week. And I've worked every single, I work every borough
when you went
here.
But when you went to school, did people go, oh, my God, that's David Lee Roth? How do you get past that? Out
of all the drops and all the visits that I've done, and that's probably several hundred at this point now, I've only been recognized 2-3 times.
Have you saved people's lives? You've only been recognized 2 or 3 times?
Yeah. I only work up in the hood.
That's why he wants to do radio.
Well, no, I only work up in the hood. I only work at night. I only work with...
So David Lee Roth's kind of saying black people and Hispanics don't give a shit about Van Halen and just wouldn't know. That's really funny. It would come in there like, it's true though. Like, what? Most black people would not give a shit about Van Halen and remember that he was in it, nevertheless.
It's fun when celebrities are kind of like, they know who they're hip with and who they're not,
self-awareness.
Self-awareness about your demographics, I find actually charming. I find that
endearing. Yeah, it is. I agree.
Spanish is spoken. I speak Spanish.
Right.
So
now I know why he wants to do the radio gig. You got to hate doing that. I mean, you're out on the town.
Who knows New York City better from this point on? I'll run for mayor in 5 years.
So tell me the markets that you'll be.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. She says Elisa Giordano was arrested in Palm Beach County. She got probation, I think, but I'll look it up. Thank you very much for that. And she writes, Ida started with Skiddy B. Ohio Riz, meaning a loser with no charisma. Now it's just Ohio for loser. What the hell was that? Sometimes they're having conversations. You're not sure.
Right. What are we on? YSP, shout out for Philadelphia, BCN, Boston. I think we got Pittsburgh, Dallas, hello, Cleveland.
I got to tell you, Dave, I'm happy for
Herbert
you personally.
Arnold, welcome, sir.
This is a network I had a fight to build. And I got to tell you,
I think you've done an extraordinary job. I hope I can honor it and carry it past where I found it.
when I started in radio here with this company, they put me on in New York. I started in the afternoons and then I went to mornings. And when I did the morning show, I had to go in every day and beg management here to allow me to broadcast into Philadelphia. And they said to me, a morning show can never be national. And I
Well,
said,
this is something that I've gone on record already. I think you've demonstrated perfectly, inarguably, that the regional disc jockey personality, more.
Yeah, Sunflower Dragon's right. Red Bar, who is one of the original, he is the original make fun of other comedians and other, like, you know, who are these podcasts? He was,
Right.
they knocked off of him. They ripped him off. And he has been doing that since 2003. And he goes after those Rogan people just all the time, magnificently, like nobody
great,
does.
yeah.
It's great. But he's underground. Like, it's almost like pirate. He's almost like, people have YouTube clips of him, but he basically is like his own pirate ship. Like, he has his own website, so he's not beholden to YouTube or anything like that. Like, it's beyond. And he's just a phenomenal broadcaster, and he's very funny.
Whoever that is pretty much a thing of the past, because there's only so much extraordinary talent to go around. And now that you have the internet and satellite and radio and so forth,
I'll give you a bit of
and you're
advice.
going to broadcast from only 1, 2, or 3 places.
I'll give you a bit of advice, though. There is a tricky area.
Is this advice free?
Free advice. The local DJ.
Okay, we talked about this before, Bon. Howard's not interested in giving him advice. He just wants to pretend that he's concerned what he's going to give him, but ultimately, you know how he is, right? I want him to fail. Schadenfreude. I'm going to give you advice to pretend that I'm rooting for you, but ultimately, I want the station to go up in flames, and I want you to fail. So he's giving him fake advice here.
If he plays it right, and he deals with what's local, can be a force to be reckoned with against the national star.
And 9 times out of 10, what he'll do is hitchhike his way to New York or Los Angeles in an effort to hook up with a conglomerate and go, geez, I'm only going to be young 2 or 3 times here. Let's try and get as many cities as possible.
A lot of guys are going to be gunning for you. Do you feel this sense of competition? And forget about me. I'm going to satellite. That's a whole.
Seriously, I do not, and I think that's probably because of my background. What I have to bring to the table here is completely unique. I've literally been to virtually every single major city in the United States 4 times.
Just like Howard, right? Been to every major city in the United States 4
right.
times. Yeah, right.
But that's a good point, actually. Like, that does make him qualified to host a national radio show because he can, you know, it's like calling into the Tom Snyder show where it's like he'll banter with you about where you live because he's been everywhere. And
he's been everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And what Howard hears there, and he completely glosses, he will blow past it because Howard has not been to anything near every city. He's been to Detroit for 5 minutes. He was in Washington for 5 minutes. He was in Hartford for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And every now and again, he dips his toes into LA. He went to New Orleans once. And ultimately, I think he might have visited Deborah in San Francisco once, but he doesn't he's not taking the city in. It's not the same experience as someone. And that's, you talk about insight. Could you imagine being Howard's age, having his money, and only being to 5 cities in the United States?
Oh God! And now his life is this weird isosceles triangle trade of the Hamptons.
Oh, beautiful!
Millennium Towers in Florida.
That was perfect.
David just coined like a brilliant name for a building, the Isosceles in Midtown Manhattan. How great would that be if you had
it's like a gated community?
Yeah, like a building developer called the building, instead of the Millennium Tower, the Isosceles Towers.
Right.
It's also a good name for a superhero that hasn't been used.
Yeah,
Isosceles.
Super geometric superhero.
Not on my watch, Isosceles.
Are you rehearsing?
You're onto something.
Rehearsing for this? That's what I'm doing right now. No, I don't.
I think Fillmore just stole that. We'll listen to his show.
My band will tell you rehearsal is a bad word.
We heard you were rehearsing over Jack FM. You were pretending to do the show.
No, I went to eyeball it because you see how you have command control Star Trek here?
Yes.
This is a thing of a signature style. Most folks don't know, but you built this as like somebody tunes and customizes a guitar or a race car here. And
will you work your own equipment?
No.
No. I have an engineer named Hutch, British fella, and but in terms of the sound and what we're going to be doing, with music, I'm going to be playing some music. It's talk.
We're not going to get to it today, but at the end of this interview, his mom calls in directly after this, and so he's making fun of how old she is and how senile and she can't hear and he's mocking her, but it's also a promotion for Sirius. So this is on FM still. So he has his mom on for a 20-minute interview, and they're promoting Sirius. This is why he's being sued.
Right.
Ray Stern is on there promoting Sirius for 20 minutes straight to promote Meet the Sterns, which is on before he was. That's why CBS is suing them. During this interview, this is interesting just to compare it to today, but relative. He's making fun of how old she is. He's mocking how she can't hear and she's senile and she's losing her faculties. And she is the exact same age Donald Trump is right now. 78.
Oh my God.
Yep. And it's like she's in a, assisted living facility, the way he's talking to her.
Right.
And one thing I'll certainly give Trump is, and I don't know if it's the Adderall talking or whatever, that schedule he keeps running around. I don't think I could do that. You got to be in love with yourself, screaming, like going from town. That's 78 years old doing that.
It's happening. It's happening big league.
Big league.
That's why the good die young, because if you are a narcissist, that love of yourself and your ambition and only that will keep you going forever. I think it just keeps people alive forever.
I was saying it on Gunk. I think my friend Mike Yander, we was to. This is before all this. This is like in the late 90s, early 2000s. We just would watch Trump bragging. We would just watch interviews with him and just watch him brag about himself. And this is when he was a regular guest on Howard. And I just was like, wow. I mean, his whole thing was, he goes like this. He goes, I've never done a coffee. I've never drank a drug. I've never had an alcohol. So he blamed. I never had an alcohol. So I'm like, how does he not drink? He owns casinos and what is going on? I mean, it's not. I don't believe him. Because Maria Menounos said he had Jello shots at her 40th birthday party. And anyway, so Mike Yander is like, he's like, wow, guys like him are so in love with their own mind that they can't fathom altering it with alcohol. Like he's so in love with himself that
that's
he
a good
can't,
point.
You couldn't fathom altering your mindset because you love your natural, you're so in love with yourself.
Yeah.
Alcohol
Bon Jovial.
It would taint that.
For Howard, it's interesting because I feel like Howard did not start drinking until Artie was on the show, and I think Howard felt like he had to compete with Artie for funny being drunk
little
stories.
Before that. Little before that.
Oh, Mad Terror, right? Okay.
When he got divorced, so I want to say the first time he drank was probably 98.
Right. And I always thought that was interesting because the other people that don't drink are typically people who have secrets to keep, and they don't want to. Compromise their consciousness.
Yes,
right, exactly.
Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
It's there's a fascinating story about Paul McCartney in the Beatles. He was the one that held off taking acid while the other guys were all doing it because he was scared that it might mess his brain up and ruin his creativity. So what you're saying about Trump is perfect. Again, same thing with McCartney. Huge ego, scared that any kind of drug could ruin his gifted talent. So he refuses to do it for a while. He ended up doing it and then going to the press and being the one that mentioned that the Beatles do drugs. And the other guys were all like, you're the guy who was scared to do it for 6 months or whatever. And now you've gone to the press telling everyone that we all do it. See? Weirdos.
Right.
Weirdos.
I know there's exceptions to every rule, but I by and large don't trust most people who don't drink. There's something else going on. No, I mean, honestly.
That's what David was just saying. They're secrets.
Yeah.
Look at Chris D'Elia. So he's now a huge pedo, right? The comedian who was Whitney Cummings, on this horrible sitcom she did. And this guy is this crazy groomer, just like we read with Fallon and Horatio Sands. And he brags about how he doesn't drink. And you're sort of going, I know there's something going on, and sure enough, that came out. So there's always
there's always a vice, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's a funny thing. I do working on my own equipment, but don't forget, I've been doing this. Like, to me, it would be foreign to go on stage and do what you do as a musician. I could never even imagine doing it. I would think for someone with your background, this would be daunting. Like, I'm used to working the equipment. I used to be a production director in this business. I used to record all this stuff. It's got to be a little bit strange and foreign to come from the world of a musician and then sit down here and then have to pull off the 4 or 5 hour grind a day.
I couldn't disagree with you more. I've probably done 35,000 interviews in my time coming from this point in time.
Right.
Living in New York, 4 in the morning is not entirely foreign moment to experience.
David Lee Roth, as things progressed on his show, his thing was, and I thought I might be able to do this too. His thing was, he said that he stayed up all night and went to bed after the show. Like, he thought that it was a better, instead of like, we've all had jobs that like really early in the morning, and there's nothing worse in your mind that you are a prisoner to it, and your whole day is ruined because all you do is dread getting up the next day. Especially when you're talking 4:30 in the morning. It's
easier to stay up all night than to wake up early. That's very true.
And that's what David Lee Roth did. Autobot asks, what do you think about Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp, this thing that
the Instagram live sex thing.
There's been gay allegations with him for a long time. So one of the theories is that he did this on purpose to try to diffuse rumors that he's gay. Like, who doesn't know they're on Instagram Live? Who would, no matter what of a Luddite you say that you are, I don't buy for a second he didn't know he was on there.
Also, for someone to find the button to actually go live, I think it's like 3 different buttons. That's quite a butt dial,
yes.
sir. I don't know if I buy
specific. That. Right, it's like a fucking like a proctologist wouldn't be able to do that.
I've never gone. I haven't gone live on Instagram, but on what we're using now, when you press go live, it brings up another thing. Are you ready to go live? And you have to press it. You have to, like you just said, David, you have to double confirm. So I'm sure it's exactly the same on freaking Instagram. So
must have been fucking his phone. Yeah, just thrusting.
But any little excuse to try and get out of something, these people will use, and a lot of the times it just works. It just people just go, why? What can we can't argue. Yeah, it didn't inhale.
I had a greenback said Steve Dahl's big joke was how small his penis was. I didn't know that. Oh my God.
No
That's
way.
Crazy. That's a big part of his shtick that he got away with.
Oh, I've got to find a clip of that. I've got to find a clip of him saying that. That's going to be my thing for the...
Are there Steve Dahl tapes like on YouTube? Like,
I'm sure some people have it. Yeah, I'm sure they do. You remember that guy I was telling you about? The South Florida guy who had Depp on his radio show for 4 hours, apparently in the late '80s.
Right.
Neil Rogers. It's just like him. He was like a local sensation, and there's a lot of his tapes that are out. So Steve Dahl's way bigger than he was.
Right.
So I'm sure he must have been out there.
Yeah.
Tamara Francois says Shannon Sharp, she agrees. No accident. Absolutely not. He knew exactly what he was doing. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree. And we all agree.
It's
and
just
we
like
all
Roseanne
agree.
Barr saying she was on medication, but she still made racist comments. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
And then that company, whoever makes the drug, came out and said, we have had no signs of anybody making racist comments because they take our medication. Of course. Yeah.
That's the move, right? You blame the alcohol, you blame the medication, you blame celebrities do this all the time on painkillers. Remember Pat O'Brien and the whole shit? He blamed the alcohol, and Dr. Phil, I give him a lot of credit. He had him on, and he was like, you don't sound drunk here at all. You're blaming the alcohol. He goes, Phil, that is a drunken Pat O'Brien. I would never do that. He's like, no, you don't sound drunk to me. It sounds like you want to blame the alcohol, and I don't see, And that's what I was screaming at the TV. I'm like, it's not the alcohol's fault. That's your fault. I'm a guy who you certainly don't blame the ice, and you definitely don't blame the alcohol. It's your fault.
That needs to be a new Deppening T-shirt. You don't blame the ice.
Are you getting up or whatnot?
All right, I'm ready. Oh, prepared.
It's beyond ready.
You are ready.
I think what you're reflecting on is that a lot of people are.
Yeah, Barbara DeRush. Our last Armfeld with David, we went after Seinfeld a lot about the Shoshana stuff, how he got a pass because of the year that was.
Right.
1993, 94, 95. And if that happened today, he would have been eviscerated and canceled. That guy has a deal with the devil like you cannot believe.
And we also said, like, in this day and age, Shoshana would have had screenshots of the DMs that he was sending her.
Yeah, that's right. That's a great point by you.
Thinking specifically of a specific style. If somebody,
thank you, Kathy Scott. We hope to have you back on a future Jump Street, and that's coming up soon. And Deppening, you are beloved.
I hate men.
Fallon, right? Jimmy Fallon's a big buddy of Andy Cohen. Isn't there a scandal going on with Andy Cohen now, guys? Is there some new development with
I feel like there's usually something going. And it's never the one I think it's going to be, that he's been with someone underage. But it's always like a housewives drama or a money thing, or
I gotta tap into that more. And I saw the headline and I didn't quite look at it.
going to imitate you, then they're going to worry. They're going to stress because they're trying to imitate your moves. And I think that what I'm bringing to the table here is utterly
something new. Something
so now, did they approach you or did you approach them?
I've always, good question, Robin. I've always, at least once or twice a year, as you know, I think it's upstairs or wherever.
Yeah, good point, G Canada. Mad TV and Living Color. A lot of people forget that was a Fox sketch show that was paved the way by one John Christopher Depp II on Fox. And launched so many people at it. You got Jamie Foxx, you got Jim Carrey, you got Dag, you got Jennifer Lopez, who was the Fly Girl.
That's right.
And that's a great call by you, G Canada. The guy who doesn't follow pop culture brings up Mad TV and Chappelle Show, and
he's
the guy who's too masculine for pop culture. He's bringing up 10 sketch shows in one post.
That's 4 more sketch shows than someone who lives in a log cabin could usually name. I'm very suspicious of that.
the Paul Bunyan of. Oh, here you go. Thanks, Bon. Everybody hit the like button and subscribe. Everyone, like button and subscribe. Sarah says it again, please. Sarah's obsessed with statistics.
Look at this. He's apologizing for having a hoarse voice on the 13th of September. That's making the news. What the fuck? Hold on, let me
something else going on. You don't have to go to a bond. There's something else going on with it.
Cindy Lauper and Paris Hilton Sunday night, and I'll be in. Oh well, that'll be a great show. Andy Cohen. Oh, I don't even care.
I hate him. Yeah, well, let's not talk about him.
He's got to be making a killing though on those Housewives show because they're so low. They just cost nothing.
They cost nothing
to make, and they're so big now. I think they do better than network shows do. I think some of them, without a doubt.
And I have a theory that all of them are only in production for the memes that come out of them.
Good call.
I think that just I don't know how you could maybe people do monetize memes, but it's just, I just think it's a meme generator, that those franchises. So
anyway, I just want to say my background right here. I don't know if you know this. I'm sure a lot of people have seen this without a doubt. That's Howard's actual basement. So that bowling alley, those are his bowling balls. This is the Gary Puppet pictures that they had from the realtor. This is Howard's actual basement. Sarah says, this is morbid. My father lay dead for 8 hours on the floor because some nudnik. Sarah's saying Howard speak there. Nudnik. I haven't heard that in years.
I like that.
Was threatening to commit suicide by jumping off a bridge, so responders couldn't collect him. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's awful.
It's awful.
That's a crazy connection. Oh my God, that's horrible, Sarah. Sorry.
Get in and do radio, because for me that's like model airplanes. It's something I've always wanted to do as a kid. Some people grow up and they buy a yacht. Some people start a car collection, and I've always said I've got a great record collection. I still sit in front of the stereo once a week.
Thank you, Sky Spectre. Fun show tonight, guys. Thanks for inviting me. We're going to wrap up soon. You and Sunflower, the gift of giving sleep well. Super sad about Sarah's story. That is horrible, Sky Spectre. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're absolutely right. That's very kind of you to say. And thank you, everybody in here, for your generosity and kind words throughout and great comments.
We can just listen to records, one song at a time, like I did when I was 10 years old, and try and keep my chops going. Because at some point in time, I actually thought I'd become.
Sunflower Dragon is a Scars Club member. You know what that means? That is a comment on Anthony Cumia's face. So he has a crater face, He calls himself Scars Club. He used to be on that network for 5 minutes, and he hated it and quit. and then started his own thing in the early days of Kumi's Compound Show, I guess.
Right.
Covered with tattoos and sitting on a hillside in Kauai somewhere. Broadcasting to the sailboats Jimmy Buffett style.
That's what I figured.
And they
John, that's a great Jimmy Buffett style. John Lorello, Red Bar is great. Cape Codder, vodka and cranberry. I haven't had that in a long time. A Madras is orange juice and cranberry and vodka. And
Sounds
a Sex on the Beach, I believe, is cranberry, grapefruit juice, orange juice, and vodka. Right? Is that one of them?
They called me up in February. I was actually getting ready to start my training evolutions and become a full paramedic here in the city.
Do you realize, as the host of a show like this,
Frank the Tank says, my gay friend Dan never drank before coming out of the closet because he was terrified about losing control and letting it out.
Absolutely.
You know, is that true for you people, Debbie?
I think so. I mean, I think there's a lot. I think religion. I think there's a lot of interfaces that people use to either dissuade themselves from realizing they're gay or from other people discovering it. So yeah, I've heard that.
Nice use of interface.
Thank you.
Nice.
Frank the Tank.
The best advice I ever got was from my friend Don's dad. He says opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one and they all stink. I learned that from the Man Show, and Adam Carolla said that in one of their monologues.
Yeah, that's right.
I would imagine you're going to have to open up your whole life and reveal a lot. You are a very private guy.
I am very private.
Bond, brilliant laugh track, right? See, guys, that's what's going to happen when you do a monologue. You got to get the laugh track.
Right.
I never.
Bob Levy looks ready for the laugh track, Bond. This is Colin Quinn doing a joke about Long Island and Bob Levy.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Levy, he looks like a volunteer fireman from Shoreham Wading River.
Smattering of laughter.
Because my life is already an open book.
Don't you think a lot will have to come out? Like, you've never revealed. I don't know if you have a girlfriend.
No, I don't participate in that sphere at all. That's completely the tabloids and the magazines that I've been very successful at managing my love affairs and my private life, my financial everything.
Okay. So Howard's about to ask him to take a lie detector test. If I'm David Lee Roth and say, you take a lie detector test about your money, I would totally see. That's the way you flip it on Howard. If you take the lie detector
at all, that's completely the tabloids and the magazines that I've been very successful at managing my love affairs and my private life, my financial everything.
You will not talk about that even during your own show?
No, I'll talk about it, certainly.
You will.
But it only comes up in a forum where you have 4 hours here. Usually, it's you sitting from my position for 14 minutes and saying it's rat-tat-tat, especially with pros like yourselves, and you can only answer a dense question with 2 sentences. Well, that's good for the talking heads on MTV. Hey, we are the 90s, and everything's 1 sentence long.
Because over the years, people have said to me, man, you never hear about Dave with a woman. I've had people come up to me and say, Dave's gay. They say,
come on. I've had. Go ahead. I'm sorry, David. You're about to.
I have people.
Yes.
It's even happening back then. I know people
who, and he's telling it. This is Howard saying this, and David Lee Roth sees right through it. And if you did this to Howard, which he's getting, and this is him projecting, as a matter of fact.
Right.
My love affairs and my private life, my financial everything.
You will not talk about that even during your own show?
No, I'll talk about it, certainly.
You will.
But it only comes up in a forum where you have 4 hours here. Usually, it's you sitting from my position for 14 minutes and saying it's rat-tat-tat, especially with pros like yourselves, and you can only answer a dense question with 2 sentences. Well, that's good for the talking heads on MTV. Hey, we are the 90s, and everything's 1 sentence long.
Because over the years, people have said to me, man, you never hear about Dave with a woman. I've had people come to me and say, Dave's gay. They say,
come on, knock it off, Howard. Knock it off. No, that's what you're saying. No.
I'm saying I've heard everything from Dave has told his girlfriend.
All right, Dave.
Good job.
All right, Dave. Right all over it.
That he has in rotation. No one knows.
What happened is, I think through the 70s, the 80s, and the early 90s, I slept with every good-looking girl who had 2 legs in her pants, including 1 amputee. She was missing a foot.
Wait, go ahead,
I got a real question, though. This is kind of a
reflection. I'm 51, and I kind of came around, I cut my hair, and decided to let's stabilize a little bit. I didn't actually decide, I just sort of arrived to where I am now.
Right, yes, Gary.
Dave, are you in any kind of long-term relationship? Because it is true. I don't know what
I am with the VIP lounge.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you are? So, see, that stuff will all come out,
Howard,
I'm sure.
If you're interested...
What, that I go to striptease routinely?
No,
that's not exactly headlines.
No, your personal life will have to be part of the show, I would imagine. You'll have to be more revealing. You have to open up and really show people who you are.
Take people in and sit next to me to get a lap dance?
Well, can I say something? One of the secrets, I think, to my success...
Listen to what Howard and he's about to brag about. You could not be more buttoned up and closed down about his personal life, even back then. Even starting with Allison's gag order, what he really does, you have no idea. Was it Benjamin that made an analogy about Bruce Wayne? How...
Right, yes.
How did it go? You remember how that went? Really good.
Oh, God. It was like... It was something like, at the end of it, it's like, I think you're Batman, like,
yeah. There's this one guy, Howard showing you Bruce Wayne on the air, but there's a whole Batman side to him that you don't know about. And that's what you're never going to get on the air. He will never tell you about the $1,000 deliveries they have to the house and all the help you'll never hear anything about that. And
Howard can always fall back on, but I admit to masturbating, or I admit to,
I have a small penis, which is
a small penis, or I wiped this many times, or, things that like, you don't admit in mixed company as like I am revealing. What are you talking about? He can always fall back on that.
And he thinks it's self-deprecating, but it isn't.
Right. And no.
So, okay. We'll wrap this up right after this.
Has been that I've allowed people to feel
Oh, thank you, Red Rooster. So Kathy Griffin, who used to be the darling at Bravo, right? And she was right the D-list and everything. She was their gal. She probably hates Andy Cohen taking over Bravo.
She does.
So she's trying to like sabotage him.
There's several. I'll find. There's several. She went on Wendy Williams and said, "I hate Andy Cohen, and I hate that. He was sort of like just." Not really, he wasn't even a TV personality. He was like an executive who kind of worked his way up the ladder and then just never renewed my talk show.
Right.
Because he was angling for his own late night talk show in the form of Watch What Happens Live. So,
yep. That's a good point.
See me and to know me in a very honest way. I mean, I've been very honest.
And I did the same thing. We both wrote the same kind of book, I think.
Well, I think it's kind of different, with all due respect. I'm saying I think it's going to be a new area for you where you got to sit down and say to the audience, you got to come clean about all this stuff.
You got to give of yourself is what he's saying.
I completely agree.
You're ready.
And that's what I think is going to be a shock to people. I think it's going to be real compelling because in terms of the content of the show, it's not a comedy show.
Right. Are you feeling pressure?
Right now?
No. I'm talking about, I guess, when are you taking over? When's your first
I think it's January 2nd.
January 2nd.
It's a big...
It ended up being January 3rd. Howard started January 9th at Sirius. So there's 6 days.
Big job to take over. How many markets are you talking?
Some. Wait, I don't just first.
What did you say, Boston?
I think it's probably close to 10 million people.
Boston, Cleveland. I have West Palm Beach.
Philly,
Pittsburgh, New York, and Dallas. Right. Yeah, I got to tell you,
I've got the whole shakeout of who is going exactly where for every one of our.
Brendan goes, you might as well go 5 hours because David's so fresh. You might as well just play off his. All right, guys, we'll stop right here, and we'll pick it up next time. Next week, I'm not sure if we're doing Chauncey or we're going to do the thing with Erica Durance and Richard Streaking.
Oh yeah,
Sirius. I kind of want to take it. What do you guys? What would you guys rather do?
I'm kind of interested in the Erica Durance stuff just because I feel like, when you and I were discussing it off air before Seinfeld, there were a lot of interesting things that you pointed out about it. So I think that could be fun.
But you got to make it, right? So should we move this to Thursday?
No, actually, I will be available next Friday. So yeah,
okay, let's do it.
I can do the 20th. Yeah,
lock it in. Sunflower Dragon, David, Bon Jovial, and I, and we'll do Richard Christie Streaking. Bon, I'm going to send you the video so you can black out his schwanz as he's running through the Cosmo party. Is that all right?
Oh, yeah.
Serenity now! Frank Costanza. Very nice. And then I'll get the Erica Durance thing. You don't have to even do anything with that. And I will get the wrap-up show that follows both of them, so we can hear
Cool.
them try to rationalize it.
Awesome.
And that should
Awesome.
be a great show. And I will also get, which I actually played this for David. We didn't go on the air with it. We talked about Erica Durance went on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast.
Yes.
She is. Will you not agree with me, David? She is utterly traumatized by this 18 years later.
Yeah. And admits to a lot of the well, I don't want to give it away, but just the how she was prepped before the interview with Will prepped her and everything. That's
great.
fascinating.
Yes. So she tells you how the guests are goaded into making fake stories up about that Howard would be interested. So she was told to talk about nude parties, which never happened. And so Howard would be interested in, and then he beat it to death. And she's like, can we move on? And this is supposed to be a Superman fan, and he won't talk about Smallville.
Wow.
So it's a phenomenal interview. She's on, it's about 6 minutes. She talks to Rosenbaum about this. Rosenbaum played Lex Luthor on Smallville. And they're friends.
And it's also interesting to see Rosenbaum sort of try to run interference for Howard, but there's no way he can justify the actions of the show, right?
I cannot wait to do this. We're not going to listen to the whole. I'll just get the nude parties, a couple clips of that, and then we'll go to where Sal and Richard come in and harass her. And it is the very definition of sexual harassment. It is beyond. It is everything people, remember the Fox News thing with Roger Ailes and all the broads, all the fembots, all the MAGA fembots that got fired. They got huge money, and that is the Stern thing is way worse than that. Way worse.
Yes. And there's video proof of it.
Yep, and it's on video. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy Scott. Thank you, G Canada. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. Thank you for everyone who donated. Please like and subscribe. Yes, Andy Cohn, right. And encourage that Bethany Frankel is going at with him too.
Right.
Thank you, Ida. Dave should have punched Howard in the mouth, says Horatius. I agree. Because, by the way, Horatius, it continues on Sirius. They do a gay thing with him again. And believe me, that is why CBS sued them. There's no doubt. Defamation. I think Dave Lee Roth could have sued him for defamation.
Yeah.
He easily could have. Thank you, Tamara Francois. Thank you, Autobot. Thank you, Barbara DeRuss, G Canada, Mark Everly, Jose Villatara, Kathy Scott, Sarah, son of where the hell am I?